Gonna get fucking freezing going over there, aren't I? I'm sure there'll be a boat on that island, though. Every time I've gone past that island on a boat, there's been a boat on that island. So I'm going to use that information to swim over and then not find one. It's going to be magical. Oh, nice. I've got more food than I remembered. Pretty sure there's a bridge or something a little bit further along. Most distinctive English accents are Scouse, Geordie and Cockney. I definitely put Brummie in amongst that list. Birmingham's very distinctive as well. That's why I've been checking a few boats. You do sometimes get cans of pop. Fucking hell, it's starting to get dark, isn't it? That sounded a bit Suffolk then. It's starting to get dark, isn't it?
Why do I do this to myself? I guess I'm just a masochist. My monthly only man sub. Hope you get 2 700s.
Because of hot photos, I'd put Somerset in that list, yeah. Who was that comedian that had the real thick Somerset accent? And I don't think he's been on anything forever. It was all over Channel 4 about 15 years ago, and I think he had a beard. What happened to that guy? Hello, Bob Jones, you right? Not Jethro, no. Liquid, thank you very much for the 18 months. Good times, yeah, I think he used to say good times. That might be him, yeah. Definitely not. Frankie Boyle is definitely not from Somerset. Not Jethro. He was much younger than Jethro. Justin Lee Collins is exactly the name, yeah. What the fuck happened to Justin Lee Collins? He was all over the telly a while ago. I want to know what Flob King said, to be honest. Someone's just added them with Squad Juice. I can't find the message easily, but my word, that's a weird conversation you're having. Okay, so he's no longer on the telly because he got... Fuck me dead. Well, that's completely passed me by. So he got in trouble for domestic abuse, which is really fucking cowardly.
Another month, another Prime sub. Keep running TRMZ left, TRMZ left.
I'm a bit unsure now. There's... How many fucking islands are there? I thought there was a bridge. It's the far island that had the stuff on it. I don't really want to go over there. I'm going to get one set of sticks just so... Oh, fuck me. I should have done this sooner. If AMD continues on this path, I may be buying all of our dinners. Well, very good. If Rivian carries on the path that you've said, you might be buying my mortgage. Yeah. Broder, thank you very much for the 17 months. Cheers for the support. Sly High Dog, thank you for the Prime Dodd turn. Thank you as well. Liquid, cheers. Original Moss, Nevern, thank you as well. Do I plan on playing Halloween Essica this year? Yeah, just before Halloween. Too early now, isn't it? It feels cool to play a spooky server like on Halloween, maybe the day before, but not on like October the 1st or something. I bet he's still inside the house. I think Wolgar might be a little bit behind on the YouTubes. He definitely wasn't inside the house in the end, Wolgar, because I checked. Somebody was talking about a similar subject to that the other day, Uncle Food. I can't remember that. I was listening to. It was on TalkSport. They were talking about stuff randomly, but the film about Elvis and Elvis's manager that Tom Cruise was in. I can't remember who played Elvis, but apparently the actor that played Elvis, his accent, his voice, his own voice has been changed ever since that role. Austin Butler was it?
Keep on running.
I see, Squad Juice. I think sometimes people are recently made so, you know, it's not so great. Well, none of it's good then. He was practicing being Elvis when COVID hit, so he was stuck with it for like 2 years. Okay, so he had to really, really learn it. Those explosions were somebody doing the gas zone, by the way. Can we have some Gamma? You've got Gamma. It's just really dark. This is with Gamma. Paul do an Elvis impression. Did Elvis ever say fuck off Danish? Need to enable auto swim so you can make your dinner. It takes longer than this swim, unfortunately. If I did that, then I'd get back and I'd still be swimming on the spot, freezing my nadgers off. Rich kids don't normally get electrocution lessons, poor man. Sorry. I know you're having a conversation with somebody else there. That was a joke, by the way. Elocution lessons. Really rich kids tend to go to private school, and they do tend to have a certain diction depending on what school they go to. But whether they get elocution lessons or not, I don't know. But rich kids very often, parents' choice, but they more often go to private school, not the public schools like regular Joe Schmoes like me go to. Like my kids go to as well, I hasten to add. Oh, there's the bridge. I fucking knew there was a bridge. I couldn't see it. If I'd swam to that, I could have made that swim a lot shorter.
TRMZ Lab.
I think there could be a boat in that water and I wouldn't even know. I actually lost a reasonable amount of health doing that. Rich kids don't say in it, bruv. No, probably. Primal, dude, thank you for the bits. I appreciate it, man. Cheers for the continued support. Very, very kind. Danimal, thank you for the 10 months. Cheers as well. Thinking, well, there's no free university in the UK. So, well, not true. There's no free university in England, so that's not the case in England. In Scotland, if you're born in Scotland, you get free university in Scotland. So that's kind of like you could be at Edinburgh University and somebody from Scotland is there for free and somebody from England is paying, which is an interesting dynamic, but that's the way it works. Free is basically a student loan. Well, not if you're Scottish, that's the point. That was me, get it up you. Can I just point out that I've not made a single Saki remark today? Well, maybe seeing do an Elvis impression to me from someone that makes only Saki remarks comes across as one too Danish, you know? It's a bit like the boy who cried wolf, what can I say? I am on tomorrow, Redline, yeah. Pigs tomorrow, yep, okay, 10-4. What are you doing? I don't think so. Fucking sneaky McSneak. This fucking guy's not even got a... He's not spawned here. Why the fuck is this dude here? He's got no gear. He's not got a spark plug. What is he doing here? Nobody in their right mind would come out this way.
American food on your trip?
Are you looking forward to any specific American food on your trip? Yeah, all of the fancy American food, like Mexican. Sorry, it's a joke. Don't get offended, Americans. Barbecue is lovely. I'm definitely looking forward to having something like American barbecue would be amazing. But yeah, I think being in San Diego, I should think a lot of it will be Mexican, you know. I should think it'll be certainly heavily leaning towards the Mexican side of things, right? It's actually quite an annoying shot because I wanted to go AFK. I wanted to go AFK to put my dinner on, right? But I can't leave the map now for 10 minutes. That's the rule. So I killed him at about 23 minutes past 6. Normally, if I'm going AFK, I'd log out, right? But I can't log out because that fucking dude, I've just killed him. Am I going to set up the camera in the hotel and vlog? I'm not going to do anything from the hotel room, Liquid. No, I don't really know. I don't know what I'm going to do. I haven't got a proper microphone. I've only got the microphone built into the phone, and I don't think I'm going to buy one. I might take a few pictures and put them on Instagram, like maybe a few snaps if there's a Daisy night out, if I can get a picture of me with another streamer or whatever. Maybe even a picture of me and Redline and Coach Z, perhaps, you know, but I don't know how much actual vlogging I'm going to do. There may be an Instagram stream with the American football pics. Cheers, Stalker Dude. Have a good one. They have great chefs in the US. Ronald McDonald and the Colonel. Dear me. I'm looking forward to going to San Diego, though. I'm fucking hungry right now. Never mind American food in San Diego. I need some any food in me right now. Just watch part 1 of your best life of 2025. Part 2 is a cracker, Vice. Yeah, that was a good run. Carla, Steve, I think people like to think that the like when it comes to, like, someone said you can't get good American barbecue except for at Texas, not Tesco, apart from at Texas or on the East Coast. But there's going to be great restaurants everywhere. There's no denying that. You know, like that's just the case. I'm sure there is an amazing barbecue restaurant in San Diego, right? I'm sure there is that sells good old-timey Texas barbecue, you know, because most big cities or most reasonably sized cities have got food from every part of the planet in it, you know, and some of them are good. That's just the way it is. That's the way it is. But people are quite proud of the sort of traditional food from their area, so they tend to express it. I think it's more that, isn't it? CJ Murphy, thank you for the 4 months. Blaine, thank you very much as well. Cheers, guys. Mustang, thank you too. I know you've already said, but how did I've only just gone. How did the dentist go? It didn't, Silver Fox. It didn't. The dentist is a shyster. My appointment was at 9. They rang me up at 10 to 9 and said, sorry, he's running late. Can we rebook you for tomorrow? And to be honest, I'm only going. I've got a stain on my front tooth from, like, drinking tea and coffee, and I just want that to be. I want that to be polished off. You know, like it won't come off with brushing. It needs like a scale and polish type thing. And the guy's so unreliable. He's now cancelled me 3 times since the 22nd of September. I'm not even going to go tomorrow. I haven't actually said this, but I've just ordered a polisher from Amazon. It's £32. So I'm going to polish my own fucking front tooth. I've just ordered one. I'm just going to polish the fucking thing myself. Regional food is definitely better in the area it comes from. I'm from Maine, so I grew up with the best lobster and good seafood. It's good in other places, but not quite the same. I think that's more of a ambience type thing, though, dude. You can get cracking lobster in so many places around the world that would be amazing, right? But some of it's like, I don't know, a really good Italian pizza is amazing, right? But a really good Italian pizza where you happen to be sitting looking at something in Italy, like a piazza, and you're in Rome on holiday, is always going to be better than that time you went to an amazing Italian restaurant in New York and had a pizza just as good. You know, like, food is good everywhere. Lobster can be made amazing everywhere. But if it's famous or you feel like you have like a lot of built-up memories and emotion around an area and a particular thing, then it's going to be more special to you, isn't it? I'm sure Maine lobster is amazing, by the way, but they do great lobster in France, right? They do it lots of places, I'm sure. I would really like to try king crab claws. That's the thing I want to have. I don't personally really like lobster very much, but king crab claws, I really fancy some of them. Right. Let's just have a little run around here, see if there's a boat. I can't go AFK for another or log out for another 3 or 4 minutes yet. Yeah, you would expect seafood to taste better when it's near the sea, but you get that if you go to anywhere in France that's like a port, or anywhere in France that's on the ocean, you're going to get amazing lobster. You know, you're going to get amazing seafood, right? It's not anywhere. Any little fishing village is going to have an amazing seafood restaurant because it's right by the sea and it's all fresh. I'm going to have to swim again. There is always boats on these, though. I'm sure there will be a boat, but the fact that I've not found one is somewhat irking me now. I think it's that island I've seen the boat at. I'm going to go and check. Scotty Bennett, thanks again for the membership, dude. Water temperature affects lobster flavour. Sweeter lobster meat comes from lobster found in cold water. Well, there's not much warm water around the UK and most of Northern Europe, I guess. Dark blue already. There isn't going to be a boat, is there? Oh, I can't believe I'm fucking around with this. That's where I've seen the boat on this island. I'm sure I have. Yeah, I believe well, somebody in the chat was saying some of the other streamers are going to the zoo, Dano. I don't think I will. A world-renowned zoo is great and all, but I don't think I'll go. I'm not saying the zoo locally to me. The local zoo to me is Colchester Zoo. I'm not saying it's world-renowned, but it's got most of the big animals, and the only one, well, not true. There's a couple they might not have. They've got tigers and lions and elephants and rhinoceroses and stuff, right? They haven't got a gorilla, but I've seen them before. I've been to London Zoo. I've been to Twycross Zoo. I've seen polar bears at Jimmy's farm. I don't actually have that much of... Like, if I was going to San Diego with my kids, I'd take them straight away. But something like that, I'm not that arsed. You and Meza want to go back? You've been, have you? Okay. Oh, there's military on here. I did not know that. I take it back about the poor guy, like the poor guy that was doing that. Maybe he knows there's military here, and that's why the dude was coming here. These I didn't know existed. Jungle boots. Well, I don't think it was worth the trip, dude. If I did anything on a holiday relating to animals, I'd quite like to do a safari. I did that with my ex when we went to Ranthambore in India, and I really enjoyed that. It kind of maybe fed a little bit into the kind of gambler's instinct in me, or there's a real, it's like trying to see a tiger in the wild, and like the will you won't you kind of element to it is quite exciting, the jeopardy of it, and going out and hoping you'll see a tiger and you don't, but you see something else, or you do, or whatever. But it was really fun. I wouldn't mind going on a Kenyan safari or something. That would be cool. But I don't know. I'm not that arsed about going to a zoo, let's say. It doesn't mean I'm not saying I won't go. If everyone else is going, I might go. But have you been sick in India? Gemma, I was okay. I got a little bit of a bug on the last... Well, when we landed. But my ex was severely ill. She got norovirus on the last day. And, like, about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we were not 3... She was starting to feel a tiny bit rough about 3. And then we went down for dinner about 5:30. And we got ready to go out. We got to the elevator to go down to have dinner about 6 p.m. We're having it early because the flight was the next day. And we got to the elevator. She's like, I don't feel right. I need to go back to the room. And then we didn't leave that room. She was like violently ill all night and then had to get up and get on the plane the next day. It is the San Diego Zoo is the zoo from Madagascar, which is kind of like, I've seen those Madagascar films load. It would be kind of cool in elements because I could take a couple of pictures and probably show them to the kids because they've seen Madagascar 1, 2 and 3 like umpteen amounts of times, you know, so the kids would probably be impressed with that, even though they're older now, you know. That Madagascar was one of those films that they replayed over and over as kids. Well, everyone was saying it's the San Diego Zoo, like the other day in the stream, so I don't know. You guys can tell me. I'm not trolling, Jawazza. That's what everybody was saying the other day. They were. That's the Central Park Zoo. Well, why? Literally, teams of people were saying it was the San Diego one the other day. Teams of them there were. It was Central Park, was it? I can't remember it. I used to sit there like... Madagascar 3 is my favourite. There's definitely no zoo in that one, right? Because they're in... wherever they're in. Well, they're in all sorts of places. It starts in Monaco. They were being transported to the San Diego Zoo and got derailed. I think they sank. No, well, they didn't sink, but they were on a ship, weren't they? And their container got blown off. I wasn't trolling, Jaws. People were saying that, so maybe they were trolling. Maybe they were serious. I don't know. Fuck me dead. This sucks. Now I've done all of this in the hope of a boat. And now I'm white with a gap. And a massive swim in cold water ahead of me where I'm going to need to make another fire. Yeah, they haven't got it. It would be cool if they had gorillas at the local zoo. I don't go very often, but the kids like to go, so I've took them. I normally take them once a year. But silverbacks are cool. They've got orangutans at Colchester Zoo. They're very cool. They just sit there and like kind of look at you, like you look stupid. Maybe you can find a navy bar and get in a brawl. I don't think that's really my thing, Mark. If I'm honest, I haven't. That used to be quite a famous thing in Colchester, actually, funnily enough, because there's a barracks in Colchester, so there's military out on you go out on a Saturday night, you'll see squaddies out quite often. So people used to go and try and fight the squaddies and stuff. I'm afraid to say it's not my thing. I haven't had a fight since I was about 11 years old, and I lost that. I Smoke Rage, thank you for the 2 months. Cheers for the support, dude. Kempers, thank you for the 58 months. The mug winner. Thanks, dude. Thank you very much. Oh, that was 8 minutes ago. Sorry, Kempers, I didn't see it because I was all excited looking for my boat, obviously. Colchester is the oldest military garrison in the UK. Well, it's probably not a surprise, really. Colchester's the oldest recorded town in the UK, isn't it? It's the oldest known town, I believe. I mean town, by the way, not necessarily city. Oh god, this is dull, isn't it? I actually could use the heat packs to try to offset. I might do that. I could use these. To try to offset some of the cold. For the swim. There's absolutely no point waiting until I get 2+ symbols because I'm going to get cold again. I'm just going to get these all red. And then I'm just going to make the swim. And then when I get to the other side, I'm going to have to go and cook my dinner. Well, when I say cook the dinner, put it in the microwave. It won't take long. I believe, Zagorki, that Colchester, as you drive into it, has Britain's oldest recorded town written on the sign. It may be a little bit like Ray's Pizza, where everyone in New York claims to be the original, but I'm pretty sure it says it on the sign as you drive into Colchester. Is Colchester a city? It doesn't feel like one, does it? It's tiny. I didn't actually know Colchester was a city. I guess the football team is called Colchester United, right? So they don't have to have like Ipswich Town or whatever. Ipswich Town Football Club are still called Ipswich Town, aren't they? Even though Ipswich is a city now, I think. Don't talk about pizza. Alright, Gemma, chill out. What's wrong with talking about pizza? You hungry? Is Ipswich not a city? I thought they made... Maybe it was Chelmsford. They made Chelmsford a city. Is Ipswich a town or a city? It is still a town, yeah? Fair enough. Yeah, Ipswich is not a city, so they don't need to change it then. Don't talk about pizza because I'm Italian. I like pineapple on a pizza, Gemma. It's delicious. Num num, that's good pizza. Pizza's not just for Italians, it's for everyone. I happen to think that Italian pizza is the best pizza. I quite like Romana style pizza, but I like Italian pizza, but it's not just to be kept in Italy, okay? We're all allowed to try it. Thoughts on barbecue chicken pizza? I ain't keen on chicken on a pizza for some reason. It's not something I personally like very much. Well, these cans really warmed me up, didn't they? Oh, fuck me dead. Why did I decide to do that? That was such a bad choice. I think they did actually offset a little bit of the health loss. I didn't really study it at all, but they must have made a slight difference because I'm not white with a gap.
Ate my lunch pizza with a knife and fork.
Num 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 num. In my opinion, Italian-American pizza is far better than Italian pizza. My favourite pizzas have always been actually in Italy. They're just. It might be a little bit like the Maine lobster to some extent, and I'm not saying it is like that. But if an area is famous for it and you live there and you eat it there, then it might always be special, you know. But a pizza in a good restaurant in Italy is better than anywhere else, to me. But that, again, is a subjective point of view. They're mostly thin crust though, right? But they're just really good, really simple, very nice. Is a rag torch warming you on this map? It would dry my clothes, which would be the thing that matter. Zach, I'm on a modded server, dude. Stuff like that is always going to be server specific, or you'd probably know about it. Colchester was the Roman capital in 77 AD, so considered the oldest inhabited town in England. Abingdon is also considered the same, as they have signs of pre-Roman. Oh, there we go. So that's why the sign said what it says then. You're right, Chills, by the way. You're right, dude. Didn't know you read YouTube chat. I read both chats as much as I can.
You haven't lived until you've eaten a Frey Bento's pie. Crispy on the outside, soggy on the inside. I'll leave it at that.
What was the one? They used to do one that was like a pudding, a Fray Bentos one, and it was like all spongy on the outside. It wasn't even crispy on the outside. Fucking horrible. Right. That's it. I'm done putting the dinner on. At least I'm not going to be freezing when I get back. Anyone running into the glitch where zombies... I've not gone yet. Zombies can be hitting you even though you're miles away from them. Great suit. That's not really glitch. It's more often than not server performance that causes it. It's normally when the server's taking a shit. So your client has moved, but you haven't moved on the server because the server's taking a shit. So you could literally turn around and see a zombie hitting thin air and you're taking the damage. But it's because the zombie's hitting you where you're frozen on the server, but your character's moved on your client. You're going to try for a bass? Fucking hell, a bit cold for fishing if you're doing that kind of thing, innit? Unless you're somewhere on holiday. Good luck if you are. Right, I'm gonna I'm gonna go and make my tea. Lancer, if you're playing on a modded Churnera server, if you're playing right now, you shouldn't be watching the stream because you could get yourself in bother. Just as a heads up. If you're on the same server as me, you could get banned from the server, is what I'm saying. Right, I'll be back in a sec. It probably wasn't nicer back then, Benold, but yeah, I think it probably is now. I don't want to know Zagorki. I'm actually surprised that the bot let you type the word. Twitch tends to hold words automatically. You'd expect that would be one of the words they'd hold, if I'm honest, but nope. getting a little scared now because somebody earlier said that they spent ages looking for a boat and then finally found one and got killed by someone camping it. Twitch auto mod is weird and moody. A bit like you the other day, Coach said. That's kind of the vibe in the UK. If you use the C word, you definitely lost your rag. It can be used as a term of endearment. It's not. I think it is still considered the worst swear word, but mates will use it at each other in a different way. It still has that. Depends who you are. Fuck off, I'm never being supportive again. That's weird because Froggy's having it and Benold, they both have the same word but with an S on the end is getting held by auto moderator, so it doesn't hold the C word but it holds the C word ending in S. So singular is allowed but plural is no bueno. That's really strange. Hi Oddly, you're right, dude. I do wonder if I should try and warm up before we go, like I'm very cold. I think this has been driven here. Well, piloted here. Right, I know what I'm going to do. I've got a cunning plan. It's going to be beautiful. I'm going to use the torch to dry my clothes, and I'm going to meander my way down to the petrol station and fill up with fuel and then come back and get the boat. Can't you make a fire in the boat? It is a stupid question. Yeah, you can't make a fire in the boat. You could use a cooking thing in one of these. You could use a gas stove on the boat, but you can't make a fire. Hopefully this will dry my clothes and that will stop me being light blue. That'll be good. Isn't it too risky to carry a gas stove? Carrying a gas stove isn't particularly risky. Holding the gas separately in your inventory is risky. I don't think that explodes like that, right? If that's like that and your inventory gets shot, nothing gets ruined. If you've got just the gas cylinder singularly in your inventory, it can get ruined.
Woohoo.
If you pilot a boat with a torch in hand, will it work? This is a guess, but I'm guessing it won't let you because it won't let you get in the boat with the torch in your hand. If you get in a boat with a gun in your hands, the gun kind of just disappears, but I doubt the torch does. I've never tried it though, so don't quote me on that. My guess is it probably won't let you, but maybe it does. Boat over returns and takes off. Well, if he does, I'll shoot him. It'll be fine. No worries. Right, most of my clothes are now dry. The boots are still wet. The bag must still be wet. So I'm still light blue, but everything's getting dry, which is about as good as I can do, really. If I can just dry the bag and the boots, it will make the difference, I think. And the vest as well. Chiefs Reaper, thank you for the 42 months. Cheers, dude. Woohoo. Thank you. Bad news again. Cheers for the support too. Thank you. Oh, look, I'm white. I am still carrying the torch thing, but the boots just went to damp. Things are looking up. Going to get fuel at a gas station with an open flame, what could go wrong? Exactly. Oh, fuck. Oh, what a waste of time. I hate that so much. So some fucking inconsiderate bastard has blown up, like killed themselves by punching the well, and now the well's not usable for another 45 minutes. It does happen at this one a lot, and the restart was 3 hours and 15 minutes ago nearly, so... What is this dude doing? If he comes my way past here, I'm shooting him. He might just be going to the houses.
Almost there.
Captain, cheers for the 23 months. Thank you very much. One more month for the diamond badge. How is the boots now? Yep, very good. Okay, that's worked a treat. Everything's dry. This boat, I didn't even get in it to check what fuel it had, but I needed to dry my clothes, so I did what I did. But this boat is going to cause me grief, isn't it? I can feel it now. I'm going to get in it and it's going to be amber, like orange for fuel, and it's going to last about 50 meters or something. Making sure the fucker's not following me. Ultimoic, thank you for the 76 months, by the way. Chiefs Reaper, thank you for the 42. I almost want to try the whole what will happen if you do this thing that you mentioned, but Daisy has a habit of causing me grief with stuff like that. I'm going to end up hand state bugged, or I'm going to end up fucking regretting it. Oh, look at that. Couldn't do that again if I tried. I could in Daisy, obviously. It would happen every time, but that's by the by. Yeah, I just want to get in the boat and go before I die. And dying is a distinct possibility, so... It's yellow, that's good. Right, so we're out to sea. We're looking for a life buoy, not like those, bigger. We're trying to get a key card to do a quest. I can't wait until people come in for the next 25 minutes going, what are you doing? What are you out to sea for? Why are you geared on the coast? Why have you got a boat? What are you doing? Why are you on a boat? Why are you... And any of you that do it now, that's not going to work, okay? Don't even think about it. If you're typing it, you're not funny. This quest is not unofficial metas, no. Right. Let's hope that the boy is this way. Some sail across the sea. What's the bribe to get you to do Deadfall? I ain't really feeling Deadfall right now, to be honest, Liquid. I don't think there is a bribe. I really like Valning the last few days. I'll probably do Valning tomorrow. I would like to do a bit more Azalea. I'd like to do a bit more Nihil. I'm not really eager to do Deadfall. Deadger, the life buoy I'm looking for is it respawns every half an hour, a bit like a helicopter crash site. So, unfortunately, it could be back at the fishing village where I started looking for a boat. I'm going this way, hoping, because there's more land this way, or so there's more coast this way. But it could be behind me, and if it's behind me, I'm wasting an hour. Excuse me. Rail Mano. Thank you for the 6 months. When you choosing a map, do you consider what videos you've released recently? I not done a Deer Isle video for a while, we'll probably stream that for a bit, or is it more preference? I don't do that, Simon. It would be smart to do that from a content point of view, but no, I don't. I just play the map based on what I fancy playing that day and nothing more, you know. The videos always come after the playing of the game, if that makes sense. So I really like, at the moment I'm really liking Valning. I'm going to play Valning tomorrow. I know that Saturday's video is Valning, but if I'm enjoying Valning, I'll keep playing it, you know, like I'd rather just play whatever feels fun for me that day, you know. Ronaldo became the first billionaire footballer. When's Paul going to reach their 1 billion mark? Is David Beckham not a billionaire footballer? I don't know he's not, by the way. I know he's not a footballer now, but I guess with him you're including Victoria Beckham and all of her monies as well. Apparently he's got a fortune of about 1.4 billion. I guess he's still playing football is very different as well. I think David Beckham's meant to be absolutely minted, partly because of the deal he did when he went to America, isn't he, to play football, that is. So he managed to get a deal with LA Galaxy that entitled him to a a franchise at a knockdown price, and now he's like the Inter Miami owner or co-owner for next to nothing. I should think, yeah, Ronaldo's probably just become a billionaire based on a few weeks' wages playing in the Saudi League. Yeah. Forbes has him at 500 million. Well, what's that in, if we're talking Ronaldo in dollars as a billionaire, like 500 million pounds is $650? Something like that, maybe maybe a bit more, 680 million. So he only needs a little bit of interest and he'll be there, won't he? Talking about billionaires, and my bank account was closed due to being $21 overdrawn. That sucks, dude. What would you do with your free time if you had $650 million? I think I'd do an awful lot of travelling, to be honest. If I had $650 million, I think I would be massively fat as well. I'd like to think I'd carry on being healthy. Like, I'm trying to be healthy now, but I feel like I'd probably just be sitting on some super yacht being fed crab claws. I don't know, whatever. Yeah, I don't know. It's I don't know. I'd do an awful lot of travelling if I had $650 million. Yeah, I think I'd still stream, but I'd be streaming once a month, not once every well, not 5 times a week. You know. Yeah, I'd slide down my Scrooge McDuck slide of gold coins every morning, obviously. I know some people are saying still streaming. I'd like to think I'll still stream. Like, at some point, my channel will die or I'll retire, right, as such. Right, one of those two things will happen sooner or later. Hopefully we're a long way away from that, by the way. I don't mean like next year. But even if my channel died, and like only, let's say, 50 people were watching or something, right, I could still have fun streaming with that, and hopefully I would have made enough money while my channel was alive to be able to carry on streaming with 50 viewers. I think I'd still stream. I think I'd still do it. It'd be fun. Streaming's fun. I might not do it 5 days a week, but I think I'd still stream. Like in the retirement scenario, I like to think that if I were to retire, let's say in 10 years' time, I was still lucky enough to be a full-time streamer, and I was like, I'm just going to call it quits. I think I'd still stream a couple of times a month, just because I enjoy it. Where do channels go when they've died? They just stay on the internet. Like the scar on the side of your arm from your what jab is that you got a scar from when you were a kid? That one. Does streaming money count in some kind of pension contribution? Raging, you have to, if you're a streamer, you're self-employed, so if you want a pension, you've got to pay into a self-employed pension, like a SIP in the UK. I do have one of those, by the way. I pay into it every year, but you have to do it yourself. There's no Twitch pension plan or YouTube pension plan, you know? Given that you you have to fund your own retirement. What do you invest in? Index funds. Garth, yeah, I don't have many individual shares at all. I'm mostly in like ETFs and index funds, like you say, like stuff that tracks the global stock market, and then some stuff that tracks the S&P 500 and stuff like that. You know, it's mostly world and US pretty much. Fins, I guess we're just talking about that, so it's all good. Yeah, I do. Yeah. It's a really dull subject, pensions, and nobody wants to talk about pensions, especially not when you're like 22 or something. So I won't get hooked on it for long. But when I was first going full time as a streamer, I didn't have any pension at all. I had a very small company pension that had about £5,000 or £6,000 in it. So effectively, I had no pension. And lots of people watching right now will be in that position as well, no doubt. You know, it's very common. And I was 38-ish. So ever since I've been doing okay, I've been paying in as much as I possibly could every year. Do you think there's a cap on money equals happiness? I think there probably is, Grim. Yeah, I don't think if you've got $5 million or $600 million, there's a great deal of difference in your happiness, I'd have thought. I think once you get beyond a certain point, if you've got $5 million and you're smart, you can go on holiday wherever you want. You can go on lovely holidays, have an amazing time. Whereas if you've got $600 million, you can, or $1 billion or whatever, you can have your own super yacht when you go there. You know, but I think there comes a point where the happiness is kind of built in, and everything else becomes more about having the thing no one else has. I want my super yacht to be different than everyone else's, but it won't make you any more happy. I think there's a degree of happiness to be found without being a 5 millionaire, let's say. If you get to the point, I know I'm there now, and I think financially this is a really good thing, where if something breaks, it doesn't kill you. You know, like before, I spent 20 years working, right? If the car needed something, like if the car was being MOT'd and then there was a £500 bill, it would cripple me for 2 months or 3 months or the whole year. You know, like when you're not in that position, it doesn't make you happy as such, but what it does do is stop you getting stressed, right? So if you're at a point where you can pay your bills and not worry, that is a good thing, you know, and lots and lots of people are not there, you know, like, of course, right? I spent 20 years in that place. I'm very grateful to not be in that place right now. That's a scam for self-employed people. Never go for that option. What's a scam for self-employed people, Roach? Unfortunately, we're going to have to drive all the way round this way until we see the life buoy, and if we don't see the life buoy, we're going to have to come all the way back. I don't know what income protection even means. I can't get it. I looked into it briefly when I moved in here, but they won't give income protection to YouTubers because YouTubers still earn money if they get sick. Income protection for certain types of jobs, if you're self-employed, isn't a con, I don't think. Like if you're if you're a electrician and you get cover so that if you break your leg and can't work for 2 months, they'll cover your income. I think that's kind of okay. If people feel they need it, or if you can insure your hands, or if you're a footballer, you can insure your legs. If you get crippled with, like, you get in a car accident, you lose your leg, you get a massive payout. You know, like some kinds of income protection are okay, but they don't really do it for YouTubers because if a YouTuber is off sick for 3 months, they still have a rolling income from their existing videos, so they won't do it. Isn't there a way to get coordinates? Yes, but you need a radio and I don't have one. don't think mortgage protection covers self-employment. I don't know. I don't have mortgage protection, so I don't know. I didn't even look at it. Like, they used to sell PPI in the UK. I don't think anybody sells PPI with mortgages anymore. I don't think it's that common. You can get, like, other forms of, like, insurance if you want, but I don't know. I have a mortgage. I don't have any protection on it. Code 1, what on earth are you talking about? Gross and dumb. I don't even think I've said anything that would imply that either. Retirements for so paying into a pension makes you a socialist. Just like good point, Superjoint. Superjoint said Twitch chat pissed him off. You're not being negative there, right? But if someone on YouTube says something stupid, 10 people and Redline on Twitch go, "Oh, YouTube chat's acting up again." Whereas if someone says something stupid on Twitch, nobody in YouTube chat is ever going, "Oh, fucking Twitch chat, they're so stupid." It's very one-sided, the hate. It's because the Twitch chat don't like the newcomers. Twitch chat are very anti the new hot young thing. We never say anything stupid. Someone literally just got banned for saying something stupid. Do you eat your steak medium well? I do normally, Gerardo. Yeah, my favourite steak, if I'm having it, would be ribeye, medium rare. Yeah. Even YouTube chat has no Twitch chat is superior. If Paul orders a steak medium well, I'm leaving dinner. Now that's an incentive. And what'll happen, Redline, right? If we go to a steakhouse while you're in the loo, because you'll go to the loo, I'm sure of it. I'll fix it a bit like in The Godfather. Don't come out and shoot me though. When you're in the loo, I'll speak to the server and say, when I order a steak, I want it medium rare. But I'm going to say something different. Just acknowledge it. But you know I want it medium rare, right? And then you'll fuck off and I'll have 2 steaks. How many years has he been on YouTube now? I've been watching him forever. Mr. Lost, my first video was in 2014. I've been streaming on YouTube for about 2 years. How's my ass today, dude? Don, that's a very nice question. Thank you. My ass is pretty good. I've only been live for 5 hours. I start getting a numb bum about 7 hours, 6.5 hours-ish into the stream.
Twitch users live in their parents' basements.
All right, like guys, I'd just like to say you could do the sledging for free. You don't need to use you don't need to use TTS for the sledging. Thank you for the super chat, Roach. Hey Paul, long time subscriber. I need help raising money for my mum who had a stroke. Can you help me with that? Set up a GoFundMe to pay for facility care. Mike, if you want to send me the details when you set it up, I might tweet it out. I don't do that kind of thing in the stream. If you can email it to me, I'll take a look at it and I can try to send it out. I normally try to support charities and things that I know about. Unfortunately, it's very hard with GoFundMes unless I really know somebody to share them, because 1 in 1,000 GoFundMes are a con, and I'm not saying yours is. I'm sure it's legit, and I hope your mum's okay. I really do. I really seriously hope everything's okay. But normally, individual GoFundMes, I don't do much with, because I don't know the person. You know, if it was my cousin or somebody I used to work with, and I knew the thing, then it's easier for me to recommend it, if that makes sense. Otherwise, I'm open to that being abused. Once again, though, I really hope your mum's okay, and I really hope everything goes well. I'm sorry to hear about your mum, and if you email it to me, I might be able to tweet it out and share it at least as a something, you know. Yes, sir, when everyone sees everything with regards to the alerts and whatnot, yeah. What am I up to right now? I am sidling around the coast looking for a lifebuoy to complete a quest. Like all of the videos I've done on the exact quest for months and months and months. Trick Shooter, I'm playing Autumn Churnerus right now, so I don't really want to say what server I'm on to, do I? That would be stupid. There is talking generically as well, right? I really don't want to talk about that dude's mum who's had a stroke. That's awful, and I really hope your mum's okay. But people send me these sometimes, and we were talking earlier about the harsh side of the internet, and the reality is I've had people send me them in the past saying, I'm trying to raise money for my dog, it needs an operation and stuff like that. As an example, you know, like try and talk about something that's not related to the last dude. If I share something like that, there will be a portion of the internet that will hate on it because they also have a dog that needs an operation, or they have something that's more important and I'm not tweeting that out. And it can actually lead to a massive negative side as well, which is, again, it's not really...
Have you thought about playing Deadfall again?
Not really for me to try and start stirring drama as such in a way. It definitely happens.
The Pacific breeze blows gently through his hair. He looks in the distance at the rising moon. He can smell the surf and hear the seagulls' excitement over the nearby in and out. The British man breathes in deep. He can smell it. The San Diego mom's excitement is building and it's heavy in the air.
I think the excitement's building not from me, it's from the mums. Why do I put collar dresses in your inventory? I normally put the dresses in my inventory, Sylvanor, when I'm a new spawn, so that when I get a knife I can cut them up to make 6 rags, because I only need 2 dresses to make a rope. So rags make rope, rope makes a belt, that saves you space when you put your knife on it, you know, or if you then need to fish, you can turn that rope belt into rope again and then you can fish with it. So it's that's why I would do that. You could start a charity fund that people could donate anonymously to, and then you could make donations to whomever you pick to choose without making it public. I couldn't do that, Insane. I absolutely couldn't, because there'd be no visibility of it. It would make it... I'd be asking people to donate and then going, trust me, bro, I'm going to send it somewhere. You know, I don't want to do that. Like, if I do anything where I'm asking people to raise money, it goes to the cause and visibly can be seen to go to it, right? Otherwise, there's always a bit of a, I sent you $100 and I've no idea where it went. You know, I wouldn't want that. I do support some charity things. You know, sometimes people will send me a. That's happened twice in the last couple of weeks, actually. That somebody sent me a thing saying, "Would you mind helping with me this?" And I've supported them myself with my money. You know, but I don't broadcast that kind of thing. Obviously, why would I do that? You know, but I think in the last few weeks I've retweeted a few things that are charity related. For example, on Twitter. Some of those I try to support myself, but I don't obviously go on about it. I didn't do it for a kudos or something. It's something I'm really glad now with the yearly charity stream I do. It's moved along a long way. So when I first started doing charity streams, it wasn't like it is now. There wasn't any Just Giving stream integrations or Tilter fee that you can have a stream integration with. You had to pull up all the money and then send it to the charity. You know, so years ago when I was doing charities, like I once raised some money for Crisis UK, and I had to take PayPal donations and then send the money, and then I would tweet a picture of the proof that I'd send the money. And that was much more frustrating of a system. Now it's all done through a third party, and the money never goes to my PayPal, never goes to a streamer. It just goes straight to the charity. It's much better because it's cleaner and far more visibly safe. Cheers, Casper. Thank you for tuning in. Appreciate you enjoying the videos too. I understand that, Insane. I know that you think I would do the right thing, and that's absolutely right. But it would just cause... Like, even when I do a charity stream now and it's using a third party, people still would ask, rightly I'd say, how can we be sure this money's going to the charity, right? And I can give assurances because of how it's working, right? No worries. But if I'm saying, send me your money, I'll send it somewhere else, you know? That's very, very opaque, and it's just not an area I'd want to get in, you know? But yeah, it's more of a an optimistic idea than anything else, you know. It's just that it's too shady. What's the format of the next charity stream? It'll be the same as the last one, dude. It'll be a 16-hour stream on a Sunday, one of the Sundays in December, probably the first or the second Sunday of December. Whackgatter, thanks for that joke. The money is not sent by me, so I cannot offset all of that, unfortunately. That would be lovely. No, the money goes directly from the charity supporter to the charity. I can't do that as a tax write-off.
10 years of watch,
If only.
whiskey and soccer talk. 10 years of love you buys and fuckaroos. 10 years of great fun and entertainment I probably should have but wouldn't have wanted to spend otherwise. It's been a wonderful roller coaster, and hope many more years are
yet to come. If the old age doesn't get to you, that is. Dude, that's how you do a nice message, Whackgatter. You seem to have forgotten lately. Acid, thank you for the 10 years of subscribing. That's incredibly kind. I hope you're good. Thank you. Oh my god, we're going to have missed the life boy behind us, and I'm going to have to turn around and go all the way back now. Cheers, Acid Freaker. Thank you. That's a long time.
Spaggy's Sackle server has a lot of player interactions. You ought to give it a try.
Jack Burton, thank you for the support. I appreciate it. Spaggy's servers are great. I normally, if I'm playing Sakal, I normally have been unofficial, to be honest, but I might try a community tab at some point. Thank you. December is the worst month for donations. Everyone is worried about Christmas. Ray, I've done pretty well with the fundraising streams, dude. Whether it's the worst month or otherwise, it's a good month to think about other people too, because it feels to... This is just me talking here, not everybody else. You can all think what you wish, but to me, Christmas feels like a very selfish time in some ways. Like, It's very excessive. A lot of gifts that your kids don't need. A lot of like I certainly, for me, Christmas is more about giving gifts than receiving them. But it feels like a very selfish, decadent time, right? I know there's a lot of families incredibly hard up, not able to buy presents for their kids that they would like and stuff. I know there's a lot of people in that position, so I'm not saying everyone's in the same boat. But nonetheless, I think Christmas is a really good time to think about other people as well, because you can get very insular and very family orientated. It's not a bad time to think about others, but you're right. It is a time when money's hard. But I've always done the charity streams in December. They always do really well, so I'm really proud of how they've gone. The last year's one raised over £80,000, which is more than $100,000 US. You know, like that's an incredibly large amount of money. I seriously doubt this year's one will top last year's. I think it'll be less. Guna, thank you for the 10 months. That's really, really kind. Thank you. Johnny Blaze, thank you as well. I hope I'm far enough away from there so they can't hear me. Someone's just said you're going to need to stop for fuel soon. I'm not amber on fuel, so we're still yellow, which means we've got quite a lot of fuel yet, so we should be okay for a good while. There is a restart in 12 minutes, yeah. Sorry, bored now. Bye-bye. Cheers, Auditing Bristol. Thanks for slamming the door on your way out. Appreciate it, dude. Thank you. I bet you used to stamp your feet when you didn't get what you want with your parents when you were younger. No, Mum. I wanted the red racing car, not the yellow. Fuck's sake. I'll be on a boat for about another 45 minutes the way this is looking, just as a heads up. Jack Burton, thank you for the gifted subs. That's really kind, dude. Thank you. JK, Sinath, Richie Slammer, thank you very much too.
Been away for a while, get back.
I can understand, though. I can understand why somebody would not be excited and want to leave, because I would always go to a DayZ stream for high-tier, fast-paced action. You know, that I'd be like, ooh, what can I do for fast-paced action? DayZ stream or watching paint dry? I'm not sure which is going to be the speediest. Right, unfortunately the Lifeboy isn't here, so we're going to have to turn around and do it all again. That'll be fun. Frostbite, I'm sorry to hear it, dude. That sucks. Nater, thank you for the 21 months. Cheers for the support. Lynn, thank you as well. Cheers for the support too. I'm not going to read the question out. Where did he go? Raging Gecko, your question. In a nutshell, for me, the revenue share is the same on both YouTube and Twitch. So YouTube is 70-30 and Twitch for a streamer that's on Partner Plus is 70-30. So it's the same, basically. Lunatic, dude, that sounds very negative. I'm not saying you're negative. Well, that seems negative. I'm going to read it out, but humility and appreciation is nearly non-existent anymore, not to mention integrity, determination, and respect. This is not a world meant for me. I think there's an awful lot of good people out there, Lunatic. They're just not on the internet shouting. There are good people out there with integrity doing the right things, but they're in their local community doing really cool things within their local community. Most small towns and villages have little charities that are being ran by the local community that are helping people out in many different ways. There's some really cool things going on near where you live that if you go and look, right, there are lots and lots of people doing good things. They're just not on the internet shouting about the latest rage bait. That's all, dude. But there are lots of good people around. But they tend to be out doing real world shit, not spending their life on the internet shouting.
Love the stream and the beat.
Garrett, thank you very much for gifting Frost the sub. That's really kind, dude. Thank you. Pefkos, thank you as well. First Night, thank you as well. Hi, Jeru. So we're looking for a life buoy that's about the size of a little metal shed. And in it is a key card that allows me to do a quest, which is amazing. Unfortunately, the life buoy moves around the map, or moves around the sea. So if you miss it, and you don't have a radio, you have to just keep going back until you find it.
Hey Paul. Been having trouble sleeping lately, but you've kept me entertained. Miss the nights you're not on. Cheers.
Shanks Pride, I really expected that to go a different way, but thank you for not taking it that way. Thank you, Shanks Pride. I was really expecting that to be... I was having trouble sleeping lately, but I've been putting your stream on and that sorted me right out. Are the earplugs in? Yes, they're on. That maybe they could go a bit more. That's a bit quiet now. This is full loudness. Yeah, Garrett, don't swell my head, dude. It's big enough as it is. Are we on 943 likes? None of. Guys, hit the YouTube like button, right? If you hit the like button on YouTube and it gets to 1200, then it won't be 900 anymore, will it? You know, what more incentive could you possibly need?
Coach said gifted a survivalist sticker pack to the chat. Type. Enter for a chance to win.
I've seen your question, Boy Goober. So, guys, if you want to win a sticker pack from the merch site, you need to go to Twitch and type !enter. It will only work on Twitch, so you can type it in the Twitch chat. People from YouTube, if you've got a Twitch account, you can go to Twitch, type it in if you want. Why do I need a radio to look for it? How on this server, if you go near one of these oil rigs with a radio switched on, it plays a message every few minutes that gives you the coordinates to where the life buoy is. The life buoy is always in the sea though, so if you don't have a radio, you just drive around in the ocean, around the edge of the map, like this, until you see it, and then you loot it. How long has Daisy had an oil rig? It's modded in Epsom. There's been oil rigs on Deer Isle for probably 6 years-ish, maybe? 5 years, 6 years at least. But yeah, it's modded, it's not in the regular game. I'll go to Twitch if I can win a free F Me Dead pillow. That has connotations for it. Like, I'm not making any sex pillows free, right? How often does the buoy move? I think it's every half an hour. Is it worth going? It's not in Epsom, no. On this server, there's one oil rig that's kind of okay for loot, or it was. It may not be anymore, but all of the oil rigs, apart from one, have got those red kind of barrel-shaped legs. The only one that's got stilts, that's not got great big red cylindrical legs, is worth looting. All the others on this server are not. Paul Crampton, dude, thank you for the gifted memberships. That's very, very, very kind, man. Thank you. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you very, very much. Who was the winner? The Handsome. Well done. Cheers, Frank. I saw your message. The Handsome, GG on the win. You need to claim that prize or you don't receive it. So make sure you redeem it. So you need to click the redeem link. On the subject of merch, I bought 2 Tinned Fish Review t-shirts earlier today. Tinned Fish Review is my favourite channel find since I found Luke from the Outdoor Boys videos. Tinned Fish Reviews on Instagram. He's on YouTube as well. Well, I say he. It's a guy, a dog, and a lady that's the cameraman. That's a fact. But yeah, if you're not watching Tinned Fish Reviews on Instagram, you're not living. Make sure you watch them. They're very good. He doesn't need my help, by the way, but anyway, I bought 2 t-shirts. I don't normally wear much, but I have to have them. If they come in time, I'll be wearing them at TwitchCon. how old is this man? Probably early 40s, I'd guess.
TRMZ 1664 new. TRMZ 1664
Let's decant the tin.
TRMZ 1664 new.
Let us decant the tin. Blaine, thank you for the bits. Cheers for the support, dude. Fazopt, thank you very much as well. Marky, thank you. Oh, sorry, Marky, you've got Fazopt to thank for the gifted song. TRMZ and I have the same algorithm. I think Tin Fish Reviews is the man. He's 80 years old, just reaping the benefits of tin fish. How much tin fish is there to review? There's a lot, dude. There's a lot. You get like different types of tin. You get like mackerel in oil. You get mackerel in oil with chili. You get mackerel in whatever. You know, there'll be like there's loads of Ponzi ones. Like and it's not just that. You can get tin. I'm going to turn into Bubba Gump here. You can get tinned shrimp. You can get shrimp kebab. You can get tinned scallops. You can get tinned anchovies. You can get tinned everything. Think of every. You'd be surprised how many different types of seafood can come in a tin. The fact is, though, I don't really like fish. I've no interest in eating tinned fish, but it's just a little. It's not little. That's not condescending. It's just a man who's passionate about tinned fish, eating fish in front of a salivating dog that's really well behaved, and then he gets a little bit. And the way he talks and the way it's just beautiful. It's just like a 1 minute snapshot of. Like the dude earlier that was saying, I don't think this world is for me anymore, as in everyone's too whatever. Watch Tin Fish Reviews for a snapshot of how YouTube used to be in 2006, you know, like there's that sort of stuff is still out there, you know. Just a man who's passionate about something, making videos about something, you know. I have fucked up here. Someone warned me about the server restart, and I was so busy waxing lyrical about Tin Fish Reviews. A pre-packed bollocks from Sainsbury's. Now I'm wet. At least the boat wasn't too far. You can't rinse your clothes out on the land, which is kind of annoying. I'm going to have to go... Do you know something else that's annoying? That server restart could have moved the lifebuoy and it could now be behind me. So the whole way that we're going this way, it might not even be this way. This is such a fucking painful thing. The only thing that can sometimes make this way more exciting is that you do sometimes get like sea battles, right? We're looking for a lifebuoy, somebody else is in a boat doing the same thing, and you can get like a some kind of pirate wars type thing going on. But not happened so much the last few times. You don't need the radio, but it would be helpful if I had one. It's occasionally it happens like this where you have to go up and down the coast a bit, but you need more fuel than you need the radio, I guess. The radio can help. The problem is, even with the radio, right, you could go to that oil rig where I was and it could say, oh, it's by Berezino. You're like, oh, it's by Berezino. Okay, you get in the boat and you travel to Berezino, and in the meantime it's respawned. So even with the radio, you can still get fucked.
Congratulations. Fit Flopface redeemed prize. The Running Man's Love You Bye.
Very cool.
Mud.
Congrats on the win, Flip Flop. That's cool. Thanks for redeeming it. The stove could work for heat. The stove would warm me up hardly at all, unfortunately. The stove used to give you the plus symbol, but the devs nerfed it. So, like, if I lit the stove here, it wouldn't do anything. I don't know what you mean, Redline. I didn't even hear it beep.
your favorite early game gun for CQB?
Beer. It's boring, but the best CQB gun is a double barrel shotgun in the early game, without a doubt. If you can get it, a double barrel shotgun. Excluding that, whatever you can get, a Scorpion is better than people think. It's not that bad. The pistols are okay, but yeah, something from a police station, a Scorpion or a rack. If you can't get a shotgun, but shotguns they're a bit OP really, and they should be at CQB. That's what they're for. But they're everywhere on the coast, aren't they? I'm writing a budget and rolled my mod time into project management. Fair enough, crowd control. What map is this? The map's always in the title of the stream, wild boy. This is Churnerous. King Chocolate, thank you very much for the Prime. Cheers for you using your Prime on my channel. Thank you very much. I'm going to have to stop and make a fire at some point. Zero gameplay, 1 hour only on a boat, boring, no action. Alright Joe Vish, maybe an edited video is more for you. I put edited videos out every Saturday, go and watch one of them and fuck right off! We be seafarers, me lad. Liquid, no, didn't find out, no. There's no way. The admins on the server wouldn't tell me stuff like that. Tony, you just followed the Insta. Very cool. I am going to TwitchCon next week, guys. I've just put the boat down a bit more. I'm going to TwitchCon next week. I fly out on the Thursday. So if you want to see any pictures of whatever happens while I'm there, possibly the odd video, but probably unlikely, you need to follow my Instagram. It's Paul_Onymans, or it's type !Insta in the chat. Anyway, I've got an Instagram. You can follow it if you want to see what I get up to in the real world here and there. Have you watched Ish's new edited video? I have not, Mr. Krabby. How is it? I'm sure it's good, but no, I don't watch a lot of DayZ stuff, dude. Thursday afternoon live. I think I land somewhere in the afternoon. I probably won't be in the hotel till like 6 o'clock or something, I'd have thought. King Chocolate. Dude, well, I hope you keep enjoying the game. Restored your love for DayZ. I hope you keep enjoying it, dude. Thank you. There's feet pics in that Insta. Get there quickly. What? Fucking red line making me turn my phone on and an Insta started playing. So just to reiterate for everyone that's not just turned up, for everyone that has just turned up, I'm trying to do a quest, and the first part of the quest involves finding something at sea. If you want to know all about it, watch one of the hundreds of fucking videos I put out or doing Churnerous quests in the last year or 3 years. It's that quest. A lot of the thumbnails have got key cards in the thumbnail. Dark blue. I'm actually losing health at the moment. I'm just going to quickly go here. I'm not going to make a fire here, but if I just wring out a few clothes, it will stop me being dark blue at least, which would be wise. Do I know what Fallout is? Yes. What are your thoughts on the show? I enjoyed Fallout the show, yeah. I don't particularly enjoy Fallout the game, but I thought Fallout the show was pretty good. I thought it was going to be absolute dog shit from the trailers, but actually watching it, I thought it was a decent show, yeah. Cast was good. Mr. Krabby, unfortunately I don't know where the boy is. The chances are it was in front of me, not behind, but there's no way to know.
Wow. 5 wasted years, TRMZ left, TRMZ left.
5 more years. 5 more years. S-Bliss, thank you very much for the support, dude. Thank you. Why not stay out to sea, wring the clothes out instead? I already tried Slider when I first got in the boat. You can't wring your clothes out on the boat. The game thinks you're too close to the water, so you can't wring clothes out on a boat. You need to do it on land. When you're in a boat, you're kind of almost standing on the water, so the game thinks you're still wet. You can't wring them out. I started watching Slow Horses on your recommendation, not thinking I would like it, but now I'm sad because there isn't any more new episodes to watch. Slow Horses is great, yeah. There's a new episode today, isn't there? It's Wednesday. I've not seen. I might watch that after the stream, so I've not seen this week's episode yet. Onyx, no, we've been looking for the life boy. The most interesting thing that happens in the last hour is 2 people on YouTube chucking their toys out of the pram because I haven't shot anyone. Why did your guy grunt? If you're dark blue, you're losing health. The character grunts because you're actually dying of cold. So it's like it's a sound to let you know. If you play with these off like that, it's a sound that lets you know that you're losing health. Maybe get off the coast next to a big orange boat. Justin, I know the map pretty well. Believe it or not, this is pretty safe. I'll show you why in a minute.
So just arrived and I gather the quest is afloat and chat is suggesting you're fantasizing about an interesting axe with Redline at TwitchCon. That a fair summary?
Yeah, it seems that way, dude, yeah. Thank you for the support, I appreciate it. There's nobody ever comes here. This is like a little dock bit, right? The bit where people loot is over there. In fact, we just saw the leg of a guy go behind that blue container. People loot over there. Nobody comes over here. Nobody, ever. So the chances of there actually being somebody coming along this coast is none, because if you run along here, it gets to a dead end. You can't carry on. So there's a small chance somebody might come here, but very, very small. In other words, I just did it where I was. I didn't even take the spark plug out the boat. I just did it quick and then got back in. You know, like, where we were was pretty safe. You watched Zesty Polvo get sniped from 1 km away through a hill like that last night. Oh, that's low. How do you know it was a kilometre away? Did it quick, got back in. That's what it says on my doormat. Kaloo Kalay! I see the boy today! By the way, in case you're unsure, saying Kaloo Kalay is like proper street. That's the kind of thing that, like, street guys say, like me. Yeah, the people that are street Danish, there, the street people. I don't mean, yeah, I mean people that are street, yeah. Sorry, you won't understand me because you're not street enough. I see, James. Yeah, that makes sense. Wasn't Kaloo from Alice in Wonderland? I don't know. I probably heard Monty Burns say it in The Simpsons. I'm sure it was in something like that, Farmer Dave, but I'm pretty sure Monty Burns says Kaloo occasionally. Could be wrong. Yeah, DFX, if I'd known it was here, I wouldn't have bothered drying the clothes, but it hadn't rendered in when I was looking that way, it hadn't rendered in, so it might even have just spawned here while I was down there drying my clothes, you know, it's possible it only just started being here. I thought that was a dead player then. I think that's the zombie, isn't it? That's the dead military guy. Sometimes it's not inside. Yes. One key card. I've just had to go back and see what you said there. I'm glad I didn't read. I would definitely. If Coach said what you just typed there, I definitely would have said buoy there. By the way, just so you know. And rightly so. Build a fire here. I ain't got any sticks. Right, so we've just got a little bit more boating to do. Just a little bit more. Why are the voices American? I thought we were in the Czech Republic. Well, for one, this is a modded server, so the voices are whatever the modder decided they wanted to put in. Well, the map creator decided, or sorry, the server hoster, but why are there M4s and American helicopters crashed in the game, right? So, this is not in the Czech Republic. Chernobyl is set in a fictional place that's kind of Eastern Europe, Western Russia, right? So it's a fictional area. It doesn't really exist, but notionally it's in Eastern Europe or Western Russia, right? The land is based on real places in the Czech Republic, but it isn't the Czech Republic. Hence why all of the road signs are all in acrylic, right? Because it's Russian. But the actual lore for DayZ has that this is ground zero for the apocalypse, right? So this is ground zero of where the zombie outbreak has happened, and so there are military from other countries here. Well, there's Americans here. Hence why there are M4s in the game, and there are other American guns in the game, because they come from the American military that have come here and failed to stem the tide of zombie threat, right? So there is a law-based reason why there might be Americans in the map, and that's why there's American crash sites and American military convoys and such like. But that aside, it's still just a game. Why does Chernobyl have a sea? Why not? Don't know, Ray. That's the way it was designed. I think probably with DayZ in mind, it's very good that you spawn on the beach and it gives you a flow to the map, you know, but Chernobyl was just designed this way. In the real Czech Republic, where we are right now is a river. So the area that it's based off, that city, Electro, is real. It's not called Electro. I can't remember the name of it. But this would be a river. Just watch Tin Fish reviews, I feel happier. Hello there. Oh, they're beautiful. He does an awful lot of, like, half of the video is him just going, They're lovely. Faster, cheers for the 13 months. I get that question quite a lot in some different ways, Funkmaster. Fictional question, in the event of a zombie apocalypse, that does include zombies, sorry, you didn't say that way, I read it wrong, but anyway. Where would I go? I'd go to the hospital and get all the morphine and all the food out of the nurses' dresses and then just die happy. I'm not saying I would slip into the abyss. I just have some kind of morphine and tuna orgy until I got caught by the Zeds. Post 10, bro. Thank you for the super chat. Amber fuel. It's just as well. We're kind of set then. So we need to go to Green Mountain to start doing the next point on this quest. There's not much point me getting on the land and going from the land. It's quicker to go back this way on the boat and then go from the land along here. Are you on about the what are we even doing here, Tin Fish Man? I'm Bertha. No, it's just a little sweet channel that makes reviews of different cans of tin fish, and the channel's called Tin Fish Reviews. Rival. Slain the Jabberwock. What film is that? No, not film. What book is that? I've never read it. I presume that's... What the fuck is the Jabberwock in? I can't even remember. That's terrible, isn't it? I won't have read it. Oh, shit. They've got an advantage, so I'm going for the land. They've got an advantage because if I have to stop and get out now, it's too late. So if I get to the land, I think I've got to do that. Like, if they're already out the boat and standing, I've seen them too slow. Unfortunately, as I'm getting nearer now, the angle is getting more in line with them, so it's actually an easier shot in some ways now as I'm further away. I was side on, but now I'm so far away I'm almost going straight. Even if they sank me now, I think I could swim to the shore quicker than they could get to me. What's going on? Load. Fucking bastard. Why is the gun not loading? Fuck's sake. Oh god, this is being really buggy. I don't know what's going on. That might have hit. I fucking sank him! Oh no, I haven't. I think the boat's just despawned. I don't think I've sank him. I think the boat has just stopped rendering in for me. I could be wrong. I don't think I sank that. I could be wrong. I think we've got to go and try and find out though, haven't we? I think you could still see the water being kicked up, so I think they were still moving. So I needed to push this boat, but I can't push it while it's in gear as such, even though it doesn't have a gear, but you know what I mean. I really thought I'd sank it for a sec. That would have been epic if I had. I don't think I did. Fuck, I'm getting shot at from behind. I guess I did make quite a lot of noise on the coast. Excuse me. The lifebuoy is this way, so hopefully they'll stop at the lifebuoy. They're clearly going to have to stop at the lifebuoy, right? Unless it's moved, it doesn't seem to be there. It might already have despawned. I should be able to see it by now, and I can't. I think it's despawned. Right, I'm going to go back inland now. I'm not going to go back. My fuel is getting lower. I'm very loud at the moment. My fuel is getting lower. I've been pressing shift that whole time, trying to catch up with the 3 men in a boat. And so now I think we've just got to get back over here and just fuck this off and get on land. I would really have loved to have sunk that boat. It looked like I'd sank it, which I think was optimistic. I think I hit the boat at least once, but I feel like my shots were getting better than theirs. Like, obviously, it had a bit of trouble. Oh. Fuck, that's a long way. I'll take this. If I die, I die. Gotta go a bit higher. God, I still got to go higher. Fucking hell, that's miles away. Bit above. Fucking hell. God almighty, these are so hard to hit. They're going to hit me in a minute. Oh, I can reach to 1,000. I'm still not hitting. Surely they must be getting close. I'm ranged to 1,100 meters now. Can't even see where they're going. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh my God, what is going on with that? I don't even see where the bullets are landing now. I can't. What is going on? That's going just over. Right, so 1,000 is right. That went just past the boat. So 900 is not going far enough and 1,000 is going too far. Fuck's sake. Oh my God, these are close. I just want to sink the boat. Ain't got that many more bullets. See how far away they are with most of their shots. Well, that one was actually close. I'm going to have another 2 shots and then I'm just going to go. I feel like I haven't hit the boat once. Oh, fuck me, dude. That's so close. I give up. I've fired about 40 bullets. It was just impossible at that range to, like, if I could get a bit of height or something, but trying to hit the boat at that range, a 900 was too short, 1,000 was too far. It was, I don't know if you could see, but because I'm on the boat, it was constantly skipping left to right as well. It wasn't behaving like normal because I'm on a boat, which I think is fair enough. I'm bobbing up and down on a boat. I think it's intended to be that way. They were just impossible to hit. I probably only needed to hit the boat a couple of times, maybe 3 times to sink it, but I don't know. I might hit it once maybe, but I don't think I hit it hardly at all. Yeah, I've got the key card. They haven't even got the key card. No, that sucks. I had something like 50 or 60 rounds. Now I've got 11 spare, I think. I've wasted a lot of bullets. I have 0 regrets about it, though. If I could have sank their boat from there, that would have been absolutely epic. Like, sinking their boat there and then just piloting my boat away would have been fucking hilarious. Just going to get onto the coast because they're going to leave there soon and they might come more towards me. Oh yeah, I'd rather shoot the ammo and miss than not shoot the ammo and die with 50 bullets. I agree. I just stopped when I was running low. Oh, they are there, look.
Donated $200. Get yourself something nice, Paul. Love your content as always.
You probably just saved me a few bullets there. They were really motoring. That was kind of hard. Fucking hell. Ah, Bad Love Story, dude. That's incredibly generous, dude. Thank you very, very much for the super chat. Sorry, for the tip. That's incredibly kind, man. Thank you very, 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 very much for the support, dude. They are really quite good. It goes to show how hard the shots were, though, right? There was 3 of them shooting at me. We don't know what gear they had, but they, based on how they were shooting before, they must have scopes of some sort, and not one of them... I think one of their shots got near my boat, but most of their shots were landing like 100, 200 metres short, you know? They were really hard. And they, to be fair, they had it slightly easier than I did, because they were standing on the lifebuoy where they don't get the same sort of scope jitter that you get when you're standing on the boat. Bad Love Story, dude, that's incredibly kind. Thank you very, very much. I don't think the bandage was good. I checked it, Garrett. It was damaged, but it's disinfected. I checked it when I used it. I actually disinfected that bandage myself. You can get a bandage that's damaged like that, that's still disinfected, as you can see there. So now we've got a slightly longer trip, but I don't, honestly, I don't regret taking those shots, because it could have been so fucking epic if I'd pulled it off. Like, if I'd managed to hit those shots, it would have been fucking orgasmic. Like, sinking their boat and just going would be fucking hilarious.
You think they might be heading to Green Mountain to set an ambush? Guessing they think you probably have the card.
They might head to Green Mountain to set an ambush, but I don't know, maybe. I'll probably die before I get there. I might be going to Zelenogorsk, you never know. Where have you been putting that, love? No, they can't have a keycard Dutch roller, only one per life boy, so because I've got the one from there, they won't have one. They were there looking for it. That's why I chased after them. If I didn't know the life boy was there, I wouldn't have chased after them, because they're obviously at sea, geared players. They're trying to do what I've done, and I know that the life boy is there, so I went after them on that basis. You know, I knew they were going to stop. Unfortunately, it's one of those, I would have liked to stop a bit nearer, but if I'd stopped a bit nearer, then they would have easily sunk my boat, and then I'd have been fucked, you know. So I had to stop at the extreme range to give me the chance to get away. Only 8 more weeks till the Christmas changing server screen. I best turn off the Christmas emotes, hadn't I? Make them feel special. Anadab, thank you very much for the support. Cheers, dude. Sloth Dad, thank you very much. Whoa, yeah, 1/20th of a California coffee. That's lovely. Cheers for the bits, dude. Bad Love Story, thank you again. That's really, really generous, dude. Thank you. Hi, Robin. Hope you're good. Thank you for coming in. California coffee sounds like a sex act. I think, to be honest, dude, that speaks for what's going on in your brain. Even I don't think it sounds like a sex act, and I ain't getting any. Sloth Dad, thank you very much for the gifted subs. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. A man named Just the Tip has sex on his brain shocker. Yeah, that's true, Sloth Dad. His dudeness of California. Hey, easy on the California slander. I've not made any. It was him that said it sounded like a sex act. I do believe they have the sex in California, though, dude. I don't think that's slander. I think it is true that there is sex in California. Badska, thank you for the very, very long resub. 91 months, dude. Thank you. Oh, I've just seen it. Californication. Very, very well good. Done, Dodturn. Californication. That's good. Good indeed. Well done.
Thanks for all the content.
Excuse me. Red Jalapeno, thank you for the super chat. Thanks for tuning in to the content. Thank you. I'm curious, why would people be thinking these guys are randomly going to Green Mountain? James, this server's got a quest on it that involves key cards, and the first point of the quest is Green Mountain or Zelenogorsk. There's some videos of my channel doing a cool quest on Journalist servers involving key cards. I'm well aware, but obviously it's still well used there. Yes, I've got ears and I've heard music before, Gala Steve, yes. It's not just a Red Hot Chili's album, right? There was a single. The main single off the album, I think, was Californication, wasn't it? You ever tried Glenfarclas? Yes, Minted. It's very, very good. Glenfarclas is quite a small distillery. It's one of the oldest distilleries, but they're quite small. And so they're very good value for the money, so you can get really good whiskey for not crazy price. Like, they do all sorts of different age expressions, but the 15 Glenfarclas is really good. The 21 is stunningly good as well. But the 15 is really good value. I think the 15 is where it's at for them from memory. I've tried a few different ones, but the 15 is really good. I've watched that video while I was half awake. I thought you went... Tissy's the final zone, James. Tissy's where you get the loot at the end, but the other zones, there's the first zone is Green Mountain is the most common one. Single malt or blended? Blended can be good, but single malt is normally where the better whiskey is on the whole. You can get really, really good malt, blended whiskey, but for the most part, single malt is much better. There are good blended, but single malt is normally my kind of favourite. Overplayed on MTV. You must be older than 28. 38. If you remembered the time when MTV used to actually play music. You must be fucking ancient, Gala Steve. How was the pool last night? Not bad. I'm actually sharp at the moment. You know, I'm only knocking the balls around myself, but like if I break 5 times, I tend to clear up at least once, which is not bad for me. You know, like I'm pretty sharp. Like I'm not playing a lot, but I'm playing like 15 minutes a day, and I'm way closer to how good I used to be now than I was.
Smiley face emoji. Smiley face emoji. Smiley face emoji.
Good evening, Valor. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. That ain't working. That's the way you do it. Twitch primes for nothing and your bits for free. It's late autumn, early winter, Ninend. It's a modded version of Chernarus. It's my favourite version of Chernarus, actually. I think it's the nicest. How's that music parody coming along? Can't you record it in Redline's music studio? Hmm.
Fender boss.
Am I blessing you with a Friday stream? I am not iconic. No, I've got to go and get... I was going to say the kids, but the bigger one's cried off again. The bigger one's been asked to go into work to help prepare Halloween for where she works. She works in a garden centre that has like... they do like... they have a kids soft play and like they have kids like play stuff at the weekends. And so she works there. She's only 16, but they're setting up some kind of Halloween theme, and so she's been asked to go in, so she's working. The boat guys may well outrace me, but it is what it is. There's some really expensive Glenfarclas. Sadistic, you found one that's €900. Family cask first fill sherry. I'm sure it's good, but I suggest if you were to buy that, if you were to buy it with the GoFundMe, I'd suggest you keep it and then sell it in a few years rather than drink it. She needs the money for my Christmas
Pauline is
present.
a dinosaur. That's all I'm gonna say. Red heart emoji. AFK hand emoji. Less than 3.
I seriously doubt that, Pinkster, to be honest. Honestly, I think she's 16, right? She's 17 in January. I think she's not said this. I think she's working. She's not spending any of the money. She doesn't spend the money that she earns in this job. She worked over the school summer holidays. She works like every other weekend now, at least. She's working most of the October half term now, it turns out. The week she's off at half term, she's working nearly the whole time. But she's not spending the money. I think she's saving it for driving lessons or putting it towards a car, which I think would be a noose around her neck myself. But anyway, I think that's what she's doing. I think she's very eager for a car. She's always been quite eager. Like I was when I was a kid. So I can't really not blame her. You know, I was exactly the same. But she lives in Nowheresville. You know, she lives in a very small village. Like her school is 5 miles away. Anyone she goes to school with that's her mates, they don't live in the village where she lives. I think she's quite easy to be able to get a bit of freedom. Sadistic, in Sweden you can often buy super rare bottles of whiskey for a standard price. That's insane.
Exciting times.
Have you ever had ginger tea? I don't think so. No, I've had a few different ones, but I like English breakfast, dude. I don't like any of that floral muck.
Hi from Aberdeen.
Dr. Fat, thank you. Mr. Elsewhere, thank you as well. Leon, Pauline is a dinosaur. Oh, yeah, good to know. Cheers, guys, thank you. My first car was $800. It was a total piece of shit, yeah. My first car was £100 and I never drove it. I drove it with L plates with my dad in the passenger seat once. And then I never drove it again and we scrapped it. It was so bad. We bought it from the man up the street that he retired and he didn't drive anymore. We bought it for £100. It was an eggshell yellow Talbot Samba, and it sounded like a tractor with a blown exhaust. It was terrible. So I only drove it once and then we got rid of it. Tim Fish Reviews is cracking, yeah. Buffalo Trace is okay, Stalker. It's I don't particularly like bourbon very much, but Buffalo Trace and Eagle Rare are the two that I actually quite like. I have a bottle of both of those. In fact, I've got 2 bottles of Eagle Rare in the... I haven't got a bottle of Buffalo Trace. I've got 2 bottles of Eagle Rare in the cupboard. But I'm not drinking at the moment, so it's just sitting there, calling me like a siren. The cost with the cars, though, even if you're driving an £800 banger or whatever, the cost is the insurance, right? Like you just said, Pinkster. Insurance for a 17-year-old is fucking expensive. Like, I have no idea on the cost, but I'm guessing 3 or 4 grand absolute minimum, and that'd probably be third party only, you know. My first car that I actually drove was an A-Reg Brown Metro City 1 litre, and it cost me £1,100. And it was like brown. I loved it. I was so proud of it. I was so happy. It was amazing. 3 or 4 grand for a year. That would be my guess, yeah. Talbot Samba is like a Brit with wheels. Yep, it absolutely is. Islay's great, Bill. My favourite whiskey is Bunnahabhain, which is Islay, but it's unpeated, so it's one of the few Bunnahabhains that's not smoky. Sorry, it's one of the few Islas that's not smoky. I really, really love it. Bunnahabhain 18 is my absolute favourite whiskey. It's glorious. What is A-Reg? 1982. I didn't have it when it was new, I used to be. God, it was very old when I had it. A-Reg was, I think it was 1982. You had a 1.4 Casino, you posh bastard. The Metro City was like the most entry range. It was the equivalent of a Fiesta Poplar. Like, it was the cheap budget one, the cheapest one they did. What about Japanese whiskies? I don't try Japanese whiskies very much, Defcon, because it's more expensive, you know. Like, if you want to get a really good bottle of Scotch or Irish whiskey in the UK, it's cheaper than the equivalent bottle from Japan, because it's come from Japan. There's import duty applied. It costs more money. So to get a similar comparable bottle of whiskey to Scotch or Irish costs more money. Ken Horror, I'll probably forget, but I appreciate it, dude. I'll probably forget, because I'll probably forget it in about 10 minutes, you know. Like, everything while I'm streaming is, like, in one ear and out the other. Because I'm so, by now, I know I'm only 6 hours in, but my brain is so not functioning as well. I don't know anything. Japanese whiskey is amazingly good. It's very, very good stuff. It's just more money for the price, so it doesn't make sense value-wise, you know. You can get an amazing bottle of Japanese whiskey, but you're probably going to spend 60, 70, 80 pounds. I can get something that's as good as that for 40 to 50 pounds if I go for Scotch or Irish, you know, like. No, Loontoon, I did not have a car in 82. I had a car that was made in 82 when I first learnt to drive later on, many years later. Selma, I do play in 4K. I use an Asus crazy cool 4K OLED monitor. I can't remember the number, but there's a command. Hopefully one of the mods can put in the Twitch chat. No, I didn't learn to drive in 84, Kill Moves. No, I was not old enough to drive in 84. I wasn't even born yet. I was born in 1987, dude. So I learned to drive in 1994, which makes complete sense. Thanks, Anonymous, dude. Yeah, it's an Asus PG27 UCDM. That's the one. Actually, need to go more left. Every year your birthday gets closer to mine. How is that possible? I don't know, Gia. Maybe you're just getting forgetful in your old age. Yeah, he wears a red fez, Jason. That's the channel. Tin Fish Reviews. You have to just watch a couple. Get used to the pacing. You'll get hooked. They're good. They're only like 90-second little Insta shorts, the ones I've been watching. They're great. Maybe 2 minutes. Why is the stream 10p? I don't know, so strolls a lot. 10p sounds good, doesn't it? A bargain. I was 7 when I learned to drive. Yeah, I was very lucky, Z-Rams. They changed the rules for me because I was such an advanced driver. So they let me pass my test when I was 7, yeah. I was like short round in the start of Temple of Doom, you know, little boxes tied to my feet. It was great. Ugh, gotta go to the keycard room. I learnt to drive in 1994, Chucky Carp. Yeah, I passed my test in October. I think it was October the 14th. Somewhere in October, anyway. Oh, about now. Yes, that means I've been driving for 31 years in a few days. And, on top of that, I'm only 38. Yeah, Raging Gecko, that's my favourite whiskey, Boonahaven 18. It's absolutely glorious. It's not cheap. It's not like an every week bottle. It's more like a once or twice a year special occasion type bottle. It's about £120, £110 in the UK, but it's my favourite. For someone not drinking, I've got a remarkably large amount of whiskey in the cupboard. I've got 2 bottles of that in the cupboard. I bought it when it was on special on some Prime deal. You can buy whiskey on Amazon in the UK. And so I've got 2 bottles of that in the cupboard. I've got a fancier bottle of... a fancy rarer one of that as well, Boonahaven, that I'll actually get drunk. I can't remember what it's called. And 2 bottles of Eagle Rare. I've got 5 bottles of whiskey that I could drink in the house, and I've not had a drink since July the fucking 6th or something. Quite sad, really. I feel like you've made that joke before, Brutal, or something exactly the same as it. Same as you, Sinath, you've got like 20 different bottles and you probably drink 5 drinks or so a year.
And I enjoy every stream and video. Keep running.
Stronger discipline than you, Jeebus. Well, it's a needs-must type scenario. You know, I've got to get my life back on track, right? I became single earlier in the year. It's been a tough year or two for both me and my ex, and not just for me. And yeah, I need to get my life back on track. I need to lose a bit of weight, and certainly alcohol was... When I was going through the breakup, at the very beginning, I was drinking way too much, and it certainly wasn't helping me, so I just stopped. And then I had an 11-week break, had a bit of alcohol for a few weeks around the time when I went to Prague with the DayZ peeps and whatnot. And then I stopped again. The DayZ trip was in the end, towards the end of June, so I had the last drink on July the 6th and I stopped again. Fuck me dead. That's worse than Brutals, OJ. Thank you for the super chat, though, at least, I suppose. At least I get the softener that with your one. It came with the super chat. Benader, thank you very much for the 5 months. Cheers for tuning into the streams and vids. Appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Effing Friday. I once said I like bourbon. Now I have 6 bottles of Jim Beam and JD. I also said that I like marzipan and someone bought me a kilo block. Dude, you should say that you like winning lottery tickets or blowjobs or something. Try that for a while. Davboy, how do you manage the days when you're down and all feels hopeless after a breakup? Going through on myself and struggling to get motivated to do anything. Honestly, I find keeping myself busy is the way. Sometimes you can't keep yourself busy with a movie, But even if you took yourself off to the cinema or something, maybe you have to drive to the cinema, you go and watch a film at the cinema, you're taking yourself away from it, right? That's not a solution. You still got to deal with the breakup, but if you're having a particularly rough day, go and do something, you know? Like you're saying, you're struggling to get motivated, but if you can go to the cinema, great. If you can just go for a walk, do that, you know, whatever it might be. But you've got to give yourself something to focus your brain on, you know, like... relationships breaking up are really difficult, even if you're the one that left, or if you're the one that got left, whatever. They're especially if you've been with someone a long time and you've loved them. I still love my ex now, but they can be hard. But you've got to do something, like throw yourself into something and try and focus on that a little bit, you know. I don't think it's necessarily the best advice, but personally for me, I don't know if this is a men thing or if it's just a me thing, but I can't think my way out of feeling depressed, right? I can't think my way out of it. I just need time to accept it or get used to it or give myself something else to look forward to or hope for or whatever, you know, like you need time, so you just try to buy yourself the time, you know, like however you can, you know, do something to focus yourself. I can't, like, oh, I'm really down about this. Thinking about it more just makes me think about it more, you know, like you just have to try and give yourself a stopgap and focus on something else. Harley, I played with Danny Plays a couple of times. He was an Irish Daisy YouTuber. I played with him once or twice. I don't remember anyone else in my early days that I played with while I was streaming then, but I don't remember playing with another Irish dude other than Danny Plays. The chat might be able to correct me if I'm wrong though, because my memory's terrible. You can't logic your way out of mental illness. Well, mental illness is a very different thing than being really down in the dumps because of a breakup. You know, you can still have depression, but some people have depression. You know, some people get mental illness like almost like a disease. It is like a disease, right? There is difference. Mental illness is not the same as bereavement, or like you can almost have a bereavement type feeling after a breakup, but you can try to do things to help yourself there in a different way. It's not the same as having actual, like, clinically diagnosed depression or something, is it? You know, like, I'm not saying it's not serious, but you can try to do things to help yourself. Harley, it was Danny Plays, was it? Yeah, Danny, he was a very, very good player. I think he was doing YouTube videos while he was a student, and I don't think it was ever going to be a thing for him, but he was very good at DayZ. Very, very sharp PvPer. Giovanni, thank you for the super chat. I'm not talking about why we broke up. I moved out. I chose to move out, so it was me that was the driver. But I'm not talking about it. It was me and my ex had a really difficult couple of years for things that were really hard for us to go through, and we just didn't come out the other side. And I don't really want to go into it any more than that, because I'm not really talking about my ex's private life. She has friends and family members, and there's just a small chance somebody might hear it and go, it's a private thing. It's nothing to do with anyone in here. When my ex-wife asked me to leave, I didn't throw her under the bus or anything, but I talked a little bit more about what was going on, because she'd asked me to leave, and in this scenario, it's me that's driven it, and I'm not going to start trying to say things that are negative about my ex, because that's not right. That's a hell of a question, even in a super chat, by the way. Fuck me dead. But anyway, thank you for the super chat. I'm not really completely like over my ex. I still think about her every day, you know. I do, but again, I'm the one that moved out. Unfortunately, sometimes things come to an end, or things become like almost impossible to keep going. Is more the truth, isn't it? You know, like. But yeah, I still think about her all the time. Not checking the shop for ammo. I should have done, but I know I'm in a bit of a hurry. I want to get to the first quest zone. The guys in the boat may well already be on the way. They may already be there. If they are going to ambush me, they might already be at Green Mountain. But I just want to get there quick in the hopes that they took longer on the boat. Maybe somebody shot at them or something, you know. If they got delayed at all, I'd rather get the Green Mountain bit out of the way. What am I looking forward to the most in America Land? I think just meeting people that are into DayZ. I'm looking forward to meet. I don't want to say this out loud in case he's listening. I'm looking forward to meeting Coach Zed and any other mod that may be attending. I'm looking forward to meeting people that watch my stream, or the mods that have been modding my stream, some for many, many, many years. That'll be good. On top of that, I'm looking forward to meeting the other streamers. I think there's going to be like a DayZ night. Like I expect I'll see Holly Rex and Sour Sweet again. I've met them once before. I'm hoping I'll be able to meet Ben Fruit and Sarah Moore and some other DayZ peeps. There's people like Nate going who hosts DayZ server stuff. Meza, who's been watching the stream forever and a day, and others too. So for me, although I'm looking forward to seeing San Diego, I've never been anywhere on the west side of America other than Las Vegas, right? So I'm looking forward to seeing San Diego and seeing what it's about. Mainly, I'm looking forward to meeting other DayZ peeps, right? Sloth Dad, I don't really know. Honestly, I don't know. I haven't arranged a meetup at Twitch with Twitch, so I didn't realise I could do that properly until it was too late. I do have a Twitch partner rep, and they know I'm going, but they've not really sent me anything. I'm not trying to throw them under the bus here. My regular Twitch partner rep is on maternity leave, and I've got a cover person, and I don't think they've just not sent me any information about TwitchCon, and I'm terrible, so I don't look at anything. Like I haven't done any reading up, so I probably could have scheduled an actual meet and greet with Twitch at the Twitch booth, but it's too late now. So. But yeah, I'm looking forward to meeting people. I don't know, like at TwitchCon itself, I don't know, like if I'm there, I might tweet or Instagram out. If I put anything out, it'll be on Instagram, which is going to lessen the amount of people see it, I guess, but I want to use Instagram for me stuff. So I might sort of message out that I'm at TwitchCon now, and I'll be at such and such booth for the next half an hour or something. I might do that. I don't. Beyond that, like in the evenings, if I know people around, I'll try and let them know where we're going to be within reason. I'm not a vlogger, Hagen. No, I'll probably on Instagram. I might share a little short video here and there. I almost certainly will share some pictures. I don't think I'm going to be doing a shitload of vlogging. I'm just not set up for it. I don't even have a microphone. Does your custom server have less zombie spawns than official servers? Well, we're not going anywhere where I'd expect to see zombies right now. Maybe the last town. This server probably has a slightly lower number. I think on official the zombie count is maximum 1,000. My guess this server is maximum 800, so it's slightly lower. The one thing about community servers though is that because there are more players, even if the zombie count isn't reduced, it can feel like there are less because there's more towns with more players in. So just for a fictitious example, if you've got 60 players in a server, maximum, and 1,000 zombies, the zombies spawn where the players are, so wherever you go, there's more likely to be zombies. But if you've got 120 players and 1,000 maximum zombies, much more towns and military bases and villages where zombies can spawn are going to be populated with players. So it spreads those 1,000 zombies out a lot more. Even there will be places where they can't spawn zombies because the limit has been reached. So the player count can actually affect the zombie numbers in a negative way. Like, it can feel like there's less.
Lost 18 kg with your inspiration with morning runs in 6 months. Slipped on moss, tore my ACL, MCL, and meniscus while running. Grounded for 5 months. Crying face emoji.
Harshad. Sorry, I thought I heard something. That's incredibly cool about the weight loss. 18 kilos is a hell of a lot. Sorry to hear about your fucking injury, dude. That sucks. Just try not to comfort eat the shit out of it, you know. Try to keep the nutrition right, you know, like that. That would be very, very wise. That dude, I hope you're on the mend real quick. Cheers for that, coach.
Just back from Munich, visited the AP house. Amazing experience, top shelf liquor and trying on insane watches. Would recommend.
Just cleared that with a sort of card in my hand. That's the best way. You went to AP House. I've been to Harrods, the store, once or twice, and they have a AP AD inside there. And I've looked in it. I've walked in it and walked around it a couple of times. Never with any intention to buy, only to see if there's any stock. And every time I go in there, I feel like everybody that works in their eyes are like burrowing to my soul and saying you don't belong. And so I just leave. They don't do anything like rude or anything, but there's never anything to actually see. Not that I was able to buy one anyway, or not that I was looking to buy one. I probably should say, to be fair. But yeah, I don't feel like I belong in places like that. I obviously I'm a watch collector. I've bought in my time some fancy watches. I'm not trying to say I haven't, but when I go somewhere like that, I feel so out of place. Normally I'm quite scruffily dressed, I suppose. That maybe doesn't help. Beams though, dude, that's cool. Free whiskey as well while you're trying on these fancy watches is no bad thing, I guess. Harshad, thank you. HM8, thank you very much for the 5 months. Cossack, Wayruk, Nacho Clips, Giovanni, thank you all of you. You and your missus ate at a Harrods restaurant when you were young. I've walked around quite a lot of Harrods, just looking around with my ex as well and whatnot, shopping. I do like the watch room, the watch rooms, there's many. Just for like window shopping, it's brilliant, right? But I've never seen a restaurant. It's so fucking big in there, you can get lost. I've had a coffee at the little coffee thing once. that's the most expensive thing I've like food or drink wise I've bought in there, just a fucking espresso. Seiko Alpinists are great, dude. Oh, there's a heli there.
TRMZ Love.
With dead zombies at it. Maybe the fox killed the zombies. So those zombies have probably been killed in the time that I've been around this area. So we did hear some shots not long ago. It could have been then. Primal, dude, that's insanely kind. Thank you for the bits once again. I shouldn't be going across this field when there's dead zombies there. I want to get down towards the town and see if I can spot the player though. Oh fuck, there's somebody at it. I'm way too far away. I can't be taking this shot. He's not actually that geared. Well, he might have good guns, but he hasn't got a ballistic vest of any sort. Oh, he's so far away. There's two. Oh no, he might have a zombie on his tail. He's on the edge of the forest. I ain't going to get him at all. He's going to have to stop to kill a zombie just around where the hunting stand is. He might even loot that hunting stand, so I'm just going to... when you're doing this right now, if I stop to scope, I can't make use of the EpiPen, right? So I'm just going to guess, right? If that were me, I'd stop near the hunting stand, I'd kill the zombie, I'd probably check the hunting stand, and then I'd move on. So he's probably still there, basically. So I'm going to run down until I get to that fortress house, and then I'm going to try and scope and see if I can see him. Oh, fuck me, I've got zombies all over the shop here. I wasn't anticipating the ground disappearing. Primal, cheers for the bits, thank you. Pefkos, I just double checked the helicopter again and there was a player there. Cossack, I don't understand what your question is there, but if you're asking me a question, I just haven't seen it. I'm reading two chats and playing the game at the same time, so I don't see everything. If you're asking what a super chat is, it's like bits but on YouTube. It's the YouTube equivalent of bits. So he was in the trees. He probably will have gone right to left. He'd probably come down this way, which is why I'm guessing where he might go and working on probability. That's kind of the best I can do. So Kerrigan, there aren't Churnerous servers with that quest. There's only the server that I'm on, so I can't really tell you, dude. I'm on it now. It's really not hard to work out. If you go and watch one of my YouTube videos and read the video description or listen to the narration, you'll probably get the answer. Do I have a map of Chernarus up on your wall? No. Oh, maybe Cossack. Do you love me? I see. So you sent me bits 10 minutes ago that said, do you love me? You're probably meaning that's the super chat. Okay, that's what confused me. Love is quite a serious thing. I don't feel we're at the love stage yet. Let's just call it platonics, okay? Right, I'm going to just fuck the other guy off. We're going to carry on trying to do the quest. There's no idea where he's gone. I don't think he went towards Rogovo. He could have come through these trees and gone this way, but I need to go this way anyway, so... Coach said, the answer's no, but you haven't done it right, so save the bits for later. Cossack, cheers for the bits. Oh my god, Cossack's weird. If we were in a forest, just me and you, would you kiss me? No. I might sock you right in the kisser though. Fuck me dead. Cossack, just to save you any bits, there isn't any amount of bits where you're going to get a yes to any of these weird questions unless you ask them in some sort of reverse psychological way. As in like, I don't know. Where the yes means I'm doing the kiss. Or sock her in the kisser. Yeah, damn straight. What happens if Cossack is actually Emily Blunt? Well, she's a happily married woman, and I'm not the kind of guy that interrupts these things. Cossack, if you're Emily Blunt, you need to let me know in private, okay? Shh. Can I get a smooch with no bits? No. If we went camping in an old bunker and you woke up with a painful bunghole, would you tell anyone? Yes, the police. Immediately. Get out. I'd rather everyone felt that way, Sean, to be honest. Thank you. Cossack, thanks for the bits. Brinton, this map is in the mind. It is, yeah. Brinton from Brazil. Dude, thank you. What if he was a dude that looked like Emily Blunt? I don't think such a dude exists. Emily Blunt is practically perfect in every way. I don't think it can be recreated in any other form than hers. I think I'd resuscitate my worst enemy if I found... Well, if I found them unconscious, yeah. I think I'd try to save anybody, even if they were my worst enemy. I don't know who my worst enemy is other than Redline and Whackgatter. If Redline and Whackgatter were unconscious or, like, really struggle in front of me, I'd revive them, but I'd make sure I moved them in some kind of dodgy position where they were cupping each other's ball sacks when they woke up. She can't be perfect if she chose John Krasinski. Well, John Krasinski's the perfect man for her, much to my dismay. She's actually been quoted as saying something along those lines in the last months. It broke my heart. I thought I was still in with a chance. I thought she might dump the talented movie star, film producer, involved in all sorts, John Krasinski, to go with the fat loser from Daisy. I thought I was still in. You know, if she just wanted an older, fatter, less talented man, you know, I thought maybe that might be me. Doggone Jeff, thank you very much for gifting Emily Blunt the sub. Wow, Emily Blunt, sub to my channel. Gerard's looking like he's going back to Rangers. I hope he does well. I hope he does well. Like a lot of the former good players, well, world-class players, I guess, that have not done well in management, like Frank Lampard's doing great at Coventry, for example. It'd be nice if there's few of them did. People are really taking pleasure in some of these guys failing, which I don't really get. I'd quite like to see Coventry get promoted. I'd like to see Frank Lampard turn it around, you know, like same with Steven Gerrard too. It'd be nice to see one of them or both of them make it. It'd be kind of cool. I think Vincent Kompany was likely to do well. He's kind of from the same mould of Arteta, isn't he? He's from the Pep Guardiola school, if you like, you know, there seems to be a little bit of a pattern, and Kompany did an amazing job getting Burnley promoted, playing the way they did. I think he was incredibly lucky to get the Bayern job, but obviously he's got a little bit like Steven Gerrard getting the Villa job. He's got a really big name as a player, and his first job was a success, or his first job that people noticed at Burnley. But he got them promoted playing amazing, and then got them relegated and still got the Bayern Munich job. You know, that was crazy. But he is doing a fair job. He's doing a good job. Simon, yeah, I don't think Stevie G didn't do a great job. He started okay when he was at Villa. It seemed to start okay, but it didn't go very well, did it? Doggone Jeff, thank you. Cossack. Oh, there's another question from Cossack. Just think about this. You, me, a big forest, some green apple candles, and some spaghetti. I don't know. It sounds like you would kiss me. Cossack, I'm really not keen on candles. I think they're stupid. Like green apple candles, that just sounds like carcinogen. Like I don't want to breathe your carcinogens because you think it's romantic, you know, like scented candles are fucking stupid. I'd rather drink fucking sewer water than sit in an area with a scented candle. Anyway, yeah, thank you. You lost me at scented candle. Do I get bothered by the question? Yes, Cossack. I'm literally... My skin is crawling. You can't possibly know. Scented candles are stupid is possibly the worst take I've ever heard from the Running Man. I don't think so, Sloth Dad. Scented candles are really not great. I'm sure there's some good ones, but they're mostly full of all sorts of shit that you don't want to be breathing in, and then people light them and breathe it in for hours. My daughter loves scented candles. I'm like, you might as well be smoking or idling a diesel truck in your room. Exactly, Nonov. You know the score. Tell Sloth Dad all about it. It's all about the vibes, the atmosphere. All right. Turns out Paul is an old school romantic. What with you? With my, I think scented candles are stupid. I think that would really go down well if I get myself into a new relationship, and this is a long way off, by the way. I'm not really ready for a new relationship, but if I were to get into one and I was with a nice lady and she liked me and I liked her, and then she was like, oh, let's get some scented candles and we'll have a romantic dinner, it'll be lovely. And I started with the scented candles are fucking stupid. You got to be thick as pig shit to want to breathe in that. I think that would be beautiful. She'd love that. I think that would go really well. I'm also against non-flaming air fresheners. I'm not keen on air fresheners. My mum is. When I moved in, she bought, not because my shit stinks, everyone's shit stinks, but when I moved into this house, she bought me a few things. Like, she bought me a packet of rubber gloves, and she bought me some dishcloths and just a few little things like that. The sort of stupid things that she thought a man would forget, right? And in amongst that, she bought me a can of air freshener for each of the toilets, like in the house. 3, right? 3 toilets, don't you know? I haven't used it once. Not true. I did use it once when I had somebody in working on the house, and so I didn't want them to smell my shit. But I don't normally use them, no. I'm sure girlies loved your Gary Oldman impression. I do fear that I might be a bit too much like Jackson Lamb when I'm older. I won't drink as much whiskey straight from the bottle, I don't think. I'll probably shave. Bloody billionaire, you do live in a mansion. What, 3 toilets? What about an Emily Blunt scented candle? I don't know what Emily Blunt smells like, and I think if I tried to find out, I'd get myself arrested. So I think anybody that tried to sell me Emily Blunt's scented candle would be selling me snake oil. You hit like a rad roach. It's common in many houses nowadays, dude, but yeah, like not just new builds. I don't think having 3 toilets is a flex, by the way. There's one main bathroom upstairs. There's a downstairs toilet, and the main bedroom has got an ensuite. You know, that's. I'm very glad for it though. The house I was in before had one bathroom downstairs with a loo, and that was it. Which is, it's fine. It was great. I was. I have to say this, but I was made up when I could move in with my ex. You know, and grateful to not be living with my parents anymore. You know, but. Because after I got divorced, I had to move in with my parents for a little while. You know, I got to get myself back on my feet. But anyway, the big pain was that the worst thing about it was when it's cold and you wake up at 4 a.m. needing a piss, and you've got to go downstairs. like you either have to put some clothes on, and so you're not so cold when you go, or risk looking like a really fucking weirdo if you've forgotten to put the blind down in the kitchen or something as you're walking through it naked. 3 bathrooms is 3 times as many plumbing issues. Not really, drunken camper. I live by myself. I only really use I use 2 of them, to be fair, but not really as much as you'd think. Anonymous, yes, I sleep naked, as was intended, I think. Sorry for the repeat question, that's okay, Niles, but you're the expert and I need expertise. Is Dalwhinnie any good? The 15 is available for €30 and I'm considering buying it. A few bottles for birthday gifts. Dalwhinnie's decent. Dalwhinnie's usually the one that's on special in supermarkets in the UK. It's called Dalwhinnie's Winter's Gold and it's 15 years. It's decent stuff, dude. If anybody likes whiskey, they'll be happy to receive it. Dalwhinnie's decent, you know, like it's decent enough. I like it. It's pretty good. It's a decent bottle. Anybody that likes whiskey will know Dalwhinnie is always one of the ones that goes on special. It's often advertised at 45 and then it's sold for 30. It really seems to be 30. But that doesn't make it bad. It's great, you know. If somebody bought me a bottle, I'd be grateful and I'd happily drink it as well. In 5 minutes of streaming, I've learnt more about you than I needed to know in a lifetime. Well, that's a stream for you, or a Daisy. That's this stream for you. I have a smaller than average peen as well, Chor, just so you know. I think it's important you get that knowledge too. Who do I think will be the new Rangers manager? Well, a few people on Twitch chat were just saying that it looks like it might be Steven Gerrard. I hope it is. Steven Gerrard and Gary McAllister. Like, Gary McAllister was asked about it. Somebody was showing it on Sky Sports News yesterday morning. And Gary McAllister was reasonably positive. Now, not because I think he sort of said never say never kind of thing. He had a twinkle in his eye like he'd love the job. Now, I don't think like they'd approached them at that point or anything, but I don't know. It made me think maybe that it might happen. Smaller than average objectively or smaller than average self-perceived? I think they'd be the same thing. Either way, Celtic walk in the league. Well, their fans still aren't happy either, are they? I think one of the... Is it Hearts? One of the Edinburgh team. Hearts, is it? I always forget. I think it's Hearts. Hearts are looking more likely to be their main rivals. I'd love somebody else to win it than Celtic or Rangers, just once. That would be good. Hearts are top of the league, yeah. Celtic are not exactly having the best of times. Brendan Rodgers seems to be very, very unhappy. They didn't sign any players. They don't seem to be able to score very easily. They're out of the Champions League. They're not doing great. If ever there was a year where Hearts or somebody else might nick it, maybe this is the year. Yeah, Mr. Martins, that's Boonhaven 18 is my favourite. Anyone else miss the boat? I don't, JD, because I can hear myself think right now. It's beautiful. My head's just going, why don't you stop? Your bum's starting to hurt. Why don't you stop? You're starting to get a numb bum. Why don't you stop? That fucking Cossack keeps asking stupid questions. You should stop and call it another day. If an ammo box is damaged, when you take the ammo out, is it damaged? No. Cheers for the bits, Cossack, by the way. Numbum, yeah, Duffster. It's one of those, I'm paying myself a compliment things, but my arse has slightly less padding, so after about 6 hours or so of the stream now, my num is starting to become a bum. Yeah, that. Actually, I don't need that. just trying to make some space for the inevitable food that I want to carry. How many weapon cleaning kits have I got? I've got one there. That's it. I've got 2 of these. There we go, that'll do. I'm going to say I'm not exactly sure whereabouts it is, but it's not exactly hard to find. I don't think I should be cutting it up with the hatchet. I think Wobo's video said it doesn't make any difference, but I still don't have confidence in using a hatchet. I think I should use the knife. Actual caveman. The way you speak about yourself over the years, I was actually sure you'd be an absolute goblin of a man, but what I've seen, you're a lot better than you give yourself credit for. I'm English, dude. Like, self-deprecation is our #1 specialist subject, right? Like, I'm not... It's completely... not every English person's the same, but it's completely not in most of our characters to be boastful in any way. I'm not that I have anything to be boastful about the way I look anyway, right? But we're just naturally self-deprecating. And also incredibly sarcastic and good at queuing, like you say, Alf. Steak knife gives the best quality meat. It doesn't, Nerve. I think if you find Wobo's video on it, how you kill the animal affects the meat and everything now. The knife, that makes no difference anymore at all. How you kill it is what matters. And if you look at the meat I've got, look at the quality of it. It's all really, really good. And I just used a hunting knife. But it's how you kill it. If you kill it clean with one shot, then you're going to get the best meat yield and also the best quality meat. Yeah, we're pretty good at moaning as well, Pethcos. English people love a good moan. Yeah, I certainly would agree with that for me. Yeah, I'm very good at it. Moaning is one of my main skills. Apart from that one twat at everyone's work who thinks he's God's gift to women, yeah. Well, there's always one. Nervan, it definitely doesn't make any difference anymore. Even when knives did make a difference, I think hunting knives and combat knives were the best. But yeah, Wobo made a video on it a good while back, and knives no longer give any benefit to the meat yield or anything else like what they used to. It's kind of handy. Actually, might as well just leave it there. Oh, Topper, I was skimming it. It was in reply. Somebody replied to you. God's gift in general. Okay. There's 2 weapon cleaning kits. Too many? No. Relax your mind. Thank you for the 5 months. Too much for you. Thank you. Too much for you. Thank you for the 3 months. Ryan and Ewood, thank you for the follows on YouTube. Come on, this feels like it's been long enough now. Yep. Very good. It is towing, yeah, it is the same life. We spent an awful long time on a boat. I did waste about 40 bullets trying to kill some people on a boat from about 1,000 metres away. SOS, official. Dude, this is Chernerus with snow on the ground. If that doesn't answer your question, I don't know what to tell you. Sorry for the sarcastic answer, I just can't help myself. Is there anything from the old DayZ mod days that you miss in standalone? Redline 99. Ooh. I didn't play the mod very much, so no is the quick answer. And standalone was my version of DayZ. I only played the mod briefly afterwards. You know? Drunken Kemper, I can't read that out without laughing. I'm sorry. I think that's satire, but if it's not, apologies. I'm going to read it out now, I've said that, but anyway. But as real men, you know that when you're in the presence of a real man, of an alpha male, we all know alpha males are real. Who do you think these men are today? I think anyone that thinks they're an alpha male is automatically not one. And anyone that goes on about alpha betas or soy boys or fuck knows what, like, it's all fucking nonsense. That's what I think. I think just be a good person and get on with your day. But yeah, I think that's possibly what you're alluding to. Most people that are on social media going on about masculinity and being a real man are making up for something, and I don't mean they've got a small peen. I just think it's bollocks. It's mostly just exaggerated for getting views and polarizing. Can I fix the helmet for you? Yeah, don't think so. I'll think about it. All this, like, what makes you an alpha male stuff, and I don't mean you, Ed, Drunken Camper, by the way, but you see a lot of it on social media, and it's all basically, I live my life this way, and I want to reinforce that it's definitely the best, so I'm going to go and outwardly shout about anyone who doesn't live their life this way is clearly not a real man, you know, like, if you want to be a real man, you must be able to do this, you must be able to bench press this much, it's all fucking bollocks, isn't it? Like, it's all fucking bollocks. You actually see it quite often on that subject. You see it quite often about how you can't be a man if you're playing video games, right? You should be out doing whatever you're doing. Like you do see that. You see that from some of the alpha guys and whatnot. You see it from people occasionally. Like if you're an adult and you're a gamer, then you're still a boy. You know, like yeah. You literally see takes like that, and many others about whatever subject. But nearly always, those are chosen because they're really divisive and they know they'll create a load of drama. And that's what people are typing that shit for or saying that shit for. Exactly that reason. I don't really give a shit about any stuff like that. Like all this, like if you're in a room and there's a dynamic and someone's the whatever the lead, I couldn't give two fucks. If I've got something to say, I might say it. If I think it's dull, I might just sit there and say nothing. I don't. It's just all this dynamic of the room and how you're trying to be. Oh, who gives a fuck? If you've got something to contribute, say something. If not, shut the fuck up. Right. I've just eaten a load of food.
Deep Blue, how are we?
I think we might as well drink a little. Oh, no, it's too hot. Okay, no drinking for us. We'll get our hydration from the hot food instead. I'm going to check these. I've only got a handful of bullets left, and I just wasted one. Well, I didn't waste one. I just used one to kill the deer. But I could do with a box of 308 because I wasted loads trying to shoot at those guys in the boat on the sea. Mardy Monkey, thank you for the 6 months. Cheers for the support, dude. Relax your mind. Thank you for the 5 months. Cheers for the support as well. Thank you. Sloth Dad, I'm not going to read that out, but that's fucking shit, dude. Doesn't look like we're getting any 308. Oh, that is useful though. Could have done with that before, couldn't I? That would have been really fucking handy. What is the audio clip that plays when someone subs? It's from the film or movie The Running Man, which is where, well, it's the inspiration for the channel name basically. So it's from that. It's an 80s action flick with Arnold Schwarzenegger.
A Rowman would be able to one-tap a player sitting in a plane from clear across the frickin' map.
Al, I don't know about that, but thank you very much for the super chat. Interesting Hyper Pro. On the lake, on this map, on this particular server, there is an industrial area north of Sinistock. Yeah, I've been in there a few times. There's a keycard room there, but you need to get the keycard from the Sakal style bunker in the quarry. The fact that you had to explain The Running Man makes me feel old. Yeah, it is a film from the 80s though, right? Like, just imagine, like, when you were watching The Running Man for the first time, that was like watching some fucking like pre-Hitchcock film. It would be like watching something from the 40s or the 50s. Like Running Man is late 80s, so it's pretty much close to 40 years old. That's like in 1988 watching a film from 1948, near enough, 1950, I guess. which is horrendous to say out loud, right? Like the films you were watching when you were a younger person or maybe a kid or whatever, that's now like somebody watching today something from fucking 1988 if you were watching something that was 1950s. Yeah, the remake of The Running Man's coming out very, very soon. I was actually meant to be doing something sponsored for that, but they asked for my YouTube stats and I've not heard anything back, so I don't know if it's going to happen or not. Bravestar, sorry it took me a couple of minutes. Bravestar, thank you very much for the Prime. Mardy Monkey, thank you again. There is no Daisy movie yet. I don't think it got made. I don't think they could fund it. So some people bought the rights from Bohemia to make a Daisy movie, but I don't think this is all hush-hush. I think this is common knowledge, but one of the parts of the agreement was that they were not allowed to crowdfund it. So if they were to make the movie, they had to pay for it. They weren't, because if you're making a Daisy movie, there might be enough Daisy fans that would support it in a Kickstarter to pay for it. Which kind of means that,
through my workday.
like, actually Daisy's community would be funding it. Which, if that's what's going to happen, Bohemia could try to do that. You know, like, so they had to self-fund, and I don't think they could self-fund, so it's not happened. Yeah, I'll Be Back is in that film, yeah. And Killian replies, only in a rerun, kid. Are there bases on this server? Yes, no, or maybe. Do we think Arnie is going to make a cameo in the new one? I'd be surprised. I feel like with the new one, they're meant to be trying to make it much more like the original book, which was written by Stephen King. So I doubt they probably want to make it relate to the film from the 80s, because it was nothing like the book at all. Jib, thank you very much for the 17 months. Helping you through your workday, dude. Thanks for tuning in. Hopefully it goes okay.
Hope you enjoy your time at TwitchCon. If not, at least enjoy San Diego.
It's 10 o'clock. Will I watch the new Tron film? Not while it's at the cinema, no. I think I might try and see it later perhaps, but I don't think I'm going to rush to see that at the cinema. It's not really... I didn't really like the original. I've never seen the one that came out about 10 years ago either. Gilo, thank you very much for the 63 months. Thank you very much. I will do my best. Any new watches lately? In my dreams or in reality? Either which way, it's not for here. Just rewatch the Matrix series. Dude, you should have just watched the first one. I'm sure there are people out there that really like the Matrix trilogy, but my fuck. Ergo, hitherto, wish it had finished it after one. I think I just got away with that. This meat has really fucking bumped me up. I was yellow. That deer was really good timing. Original Roadhouse was good. Yeah, that was alright. Am I excited for the new map? Not yet, dude, no. I will be when it's coming out, but it's slated for 2026. Somebody said this earlier, but it's now October. They haven't really released any info about it since they said in June, oh, we've got this. There's not been any updates. There's not been any, oh, we've got this to share. Look at this picture. There's been nothing, has there? You know, it's been, which is no great thing, but it's not going to keep you excited, is it? You know, like they announced it in June. It's now October. And I think that's probably by design, because they're so far out. They probably don't want to drip feed stuff now because it's possibly too early, you would guess, you know. So, no, it's too early for being excited, you know. I could be promised a blowjob from my celebrity crush, and I'm not saying the name, at some point in 2026. I wouldn't be excited about that today. He'll make a photographic... interesting, Phil. I won't read that out. I won't read that out because it's a bit of a spoiler for those that don't want it. Do I hear the Daisy sounds when I'm not playing Daisy? Nope. After I did that charity stream a few years back, I did hear in my head far too many times for a little while, but that's the only time the stream has ever affected me in any way like that. I might have others, Eli. I might have others. Maybe Emily Blunt's a smokescreen. You never know. So we're nearly at zone 2 of the questioning.
Hope you hear back. Would be pretty cool to be spawned as shot by the movie.
It would be August, yeah, it would be. August, sorry. I'd love to do that because obviously it was the inspiration for my channel name, you know. So it would feel like a hell of a cool thing to have a sponsorship that relates in that way, you know. It would be kind of cool. I'm not really one for sponsorships, right? Obviously I'm sponsored by PC Specialist, !PC, to check out what they do. Use the code TRMZ40 for a little bit of money off. But I don't really go in for sponsors, you know. I like, it's rare, so it'd be nice to... One that I'm actually passionate about is very, very rare, you know. I'm very, very pleased to work with PC Specialist. All right, they're a really good company, and I know I'm saying that I'm sponsored by them, but I believed it before I took the sponsorship. Otherwise, I wouldn't have took it. But it's rare that that kind of thing happens. Right, this is where the next quest zone is. I should probably get my gun out. It's where you got your Beast PC and you use the code as well, Shelley. Very good as well. I'm glad to hear it. Thoughts on the new Rocky series prequel? Honestly, I didn't know they were doing one. It could be alright. I can't say, like, with where Rocky the film starts, I can't say I need to see a prequel to that, because he starts, like, in the first Rocky, he's a journeyman bum who's never made it, right? So I don't really want to see Rocky's journey to nowhere. You know, like, his journey really begins in Rocky 1, right? Like, it's a really good... Rocky is an amazingly good film. A lot of the others are just kind of like typical blockbuster fluff, right? But Rocky 1 is actually a really good film in its own right. Like, it really is particularly good. Like... I don't really see the need for Rocky reimagined. If assuming they're going to set it back in that time, it seems an utterly stupid thing to do. I shouldn't be putting these on the vest, but I'm going to do it for now. Yeah, they're going to have a whole episode on him getting a dog, or him the episode where he learns to bounce his little rubber ball. It doesn't seem particularly enthralling, does it? I can't see. They don't do many TV series like that.
Got bashed 5-1 now back to the stream to cheer me up. Keep running, bought a PC to play DayZ because of you.
Ben, well, GG on the PC inning at least. Yeah, maybe not so great on the football, but yeah, thank you very, very much, dude. Shakabuku, thank you. Cheers for the support. Great, another Vietnam movie. Are we crossing wires, or is there another convo going on? That's Rambo. Rocky Balboa, the nursing home rumble for an extra ration of rice pudding. I'd watch it. Like, if they're making a prequel to Rocky, would they need to set it back then? When was it? In the 70s? Would they need to set it in the 70s? And it would have to have that gritty feel. It might be interesting because of the time if they set it then, but I feel like they might as well just make it about a new Rocky and so, like, just... But even still, I'm not interested, you know? Like, just call him something else and make a series about a boxer. Don't make it the Italian Stallion. Rocky was strong with the Force as a little boy, very high with the midi-chlorians. What are midi-chlorians? Rocky and Rambo movies are dead. Too fucking many. The last Rambo was okay. I've not seen Creed 2 or 3, if there is a 3. They're meant to be actually pretty good, but I've not seen them. The last couple of Rambos were okay. I thought they were okay. But yeah, they're a bit done now. I don't think he's doing any more with Stallone in, is he? Creed was okay. Trouble is, in Creed, I found myself wanting Tony Bellew to win. I wasn't rooting for Creed, or whatever his name is. I was rooting for Tony Bellew, because it was Tony Bellew. Yeah, Muffin, I think that's the thing. Obviously, Rocky is the trainer of Creed, right? But they're about a different boxer. I quite like Creed 1. I've meant to watch Creed 2 and 3, but I can't remember Creed 1, and I can't be bothered to re-watch it. And so I've never bothered to watch 2 and 3. They've bled Rocky to death. I'd rather see Mickey's origin. I'd rather see the origin of Burgess Meredith Penguin. I'd rather see that. I'd rather see that. Did I watch Tulsa King? I don't think I've seen it yet, no. Yeah, they're meant to be good, Coach said. I'm genuinely Creed 2 and 3. I think they're both meant to be decent films. I just haven't got it in me to re-watch Creed 1 before I watch 2 and 3, so I just haven't done it yet. I will do one day. It's weird how action stars have stopped being a thing. Can't really think of many. I think they just go a slightly different way now, Alf. You've got people like Liam Neeson doing Taken, Denzel Washington doing Equalizer. They're still a thing. Like we just had Remy Malek doing that one where he's not really an action star, but he is. Keanu Reeves is obviously John Wick. I think they're still there. They're just not necessarily muscle bound. They're slightly different, but they're still there. Those films are around. What's up, Paul? I had my first Negroni, and I must say it isn't as good as I thought it was going to be. Negronis are very, very dry. If you're gonna like a Negroni, if you like gin and tonics and stuff like that. If you like cocktails that are rum based or vodka based, maybe. If you're wanting something sweet or fruity, it's not it. You know, Negronis are for people that like really dry stuff.
Another month of supporting Running Man's, powered by pure skill, questionable decisions, and an unbreakable sponsorship with Crystal Pepsi. Because nothing says elite gameplay like a soda that disappeared faster than your KD ratio. TRMZ love.
Malikia, thank you very much for the support, dude. Thank you for that. Jason Statham is a decent kind of more modern action hero in the old school vibe, isn't he? Like more muscles and fighting, or sort of muscle-y. Yeah, I really love it. I haven't had a Negroni in ages, but if I make 2 Negronis, that'll do for me. You know, like if you make 2, if you have like one and then another one, that's it. You're done. You know, like they are strong. You've got to be careful with Negronis. There's lots of cocktails around, but there's not many cocktails that are a spirit with a spirit with a spirit, and that's it. There's no mixer. There's no lemonade, or there's no tonic. There's no nothing. There's just spirit. Have that. Cinderella Man's great. Yeah. Pop bang. Cinderella Man's good. I do like that. Finding the right gin and quality vermouth is key. Vermouth, sorry. I only ever buy martini.
Crown Royal, and Coke all in one glass.
Not bothered with that. I like Plymouth gin for the gin though. The gin does make a difference for sure. I'm not bothered with the vermouth though. It has to be vermouth Rosso. So martini Rosso is what I get. I've never bought any different one than that. Coach said you'll have to have a Negroni next week. It'll be lovely. Just make sure it's maybe your last drink of the night. Getting into high-end sweet vermouths really ups it. I'm not drinking enough to be bothered, but I'd love one right now. I've got the ingredients in the cupboard to make a Negroni. Don't talk about it anymore, right? Last time I heard the alert. I'll get back to it in a sec. By the way, thank you. When I went to Prague, about now, I started having a drink or two because I knew I was going to be drinking when I went away, and I wanted to not be like, I've had one drink, now I'm fucking on the floor unconscious. Because if you don't drink for months, like your first drink, you're going to really feel it, right? So, but I'm not doing that this time. I want to be healthy still. I actually am. I'm going to drink when I'm away, but not going to drink every day. I'll have some days off. I'll have some drinks. Maybe Friday night and Saturday night, but then I won't on Thursday and Sunday or whatever. Apex. I drink Fireball, Jaeger, Jägermeister, Crown Royal, and Coke all in one glass. Ooh. Anything with Jägermeister can do one for me. I had a Negroni on your recommendation. To me, it tasted like when you accidentally get deodorant in your mouth. That's what gin and tonic tastes like to a lot of people, Hyper. You have to really like dry drinks, yeah. How do you get deodorant in your mouth? Yeah. Every time he sprays deodorant, he's always... I don't know. What time are we? I think I'm going to call it, guys. I've just like it's 20 past 10. I think it's... I've still got another 15 minutes to get to the airfield, and then another 15-20 minutes to get to Tissy. I can't be fucked. It's too late. I can't do the quest today. And I'm not going to go down 2 Negronis now, as much as I'd like to. I think I need to call it there, and then I'll probably carry on the quest tomorrow. I kind of wanted to do Valning tomorrow, but I've got to finish the quest now we've started it, right? Time to leave for work. Green Jeans, have a good day. Name a series of movies like Matrix and state after what part they should have stopped. I completely disagree with you there, Matrix. As in you're saying, example, The Matrix should have stopped at part 3. The Matrix should have stopped after the first one. The Matrix, the first film, was a 9.5 out of 10 film. The second one was 6.5 out of 10 film, and the third one was a 5 out of 10 film. And all the other two did was bring down the memory of the first one. The first one was perfect, or near to perfect. 2 and 3 were dog shit. Well, 2 was okay, 3 was dog shit. Godfather should have stopped after 2. 3's okay, but 1 and 2 were amazing. But yeah, Matrix. Right, guys. Loads, thank you for the 30 months. Cheers, dude. Thank you, Apex, Dr. Malikia, Ben Yeats. Thank you very, very much. I'm done. I am done. I will be back again tomorrow. Hopefully we can complete the quest. On the upside, if I start to do the quest and they get killed, I can then go to Valning, can't I? I'll see you tomorrow, guys. Tomorrow's the last stream of the week. Next week, I'm probably only streaming Monday and Tuesday, and then I'm off to fucking TwitchCon. Hi, Nate. I'll see you there. Take it easy, guys. Have a good one.